Allora, chiedo scusa, ci sono persone nell'aula che parlano soltanto l'italiano o l'inglese, che hanno bisogno delle cuffie. No? Tutti conoscono o l'inglese? Ok, bene. Allora, to the others, those who speak English and don't follow Italian, do you need to get the headphones? So I'd say if you need to get your headphones, get out to the room, bring your document, your passport or identity card, and you get the headphones for the proceedings that we are about to start. Okay? Well, I think we are at an exciting moment. It's the beginning, and beginnings are always wonderful. So we are, I just want to pass the word to the Father François Xavier du Mortier, Director of this university, who will welcome all of you. And then we'll have Father MacLean and His Eminence Cardinal Ravasi making his presentation. Grazie a tutti di essere venuti, siamo tutti a tempo, noi siamo un po' in ritardo abituale, ma la faremo benissimo per la prossima ora, che sarà un momento di ricchezza comune per tutti noi. So, grazie di nuovo e passo la parola al magnifico rettore Padre François Xavier du Mortier.
Grazie, thank you, Padre Joao. Eminenza Reverendissima, Cardinale Gianfranco Ravasi, Eccellenze, Reverendo Padre MacLean, carissimi relatori, carissimi partecipanti, carissimi amici. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for being here. I will speak after those first words in English, in Italian. All'inizio di questa conferenza internazionale sono molto lieto di accogliervi alla Pontificia Università Gregoriana e di dare a tutti voi, cioè a ciascuna e ciascuno di voi, un caloroso benvenuto. Adesso si aprono 2 giorni dedicati a Renewing the Church in a Secular Age, Holistic Dialogue and Kenotic Vision. Vi auguro di sentirvi a casa in questo luogo che si sente molto onorato dalla vostra presenza. Questa conferenza si svolge sotto l'alto patronato del Pontificio Consiglio della Cultura e desidero innanzitutto rivolgere un saluto particolare a Sua Eminenza Reverendissima il Cardinale Ravasi, Presidente di questo Consiglio. La sua presenza, Eminenza, è una gioia per tutti noi perché fin dall'inizio della sua carica lei si è impegnato a promuovere molti aspetti e molte dimensioni del dialogo tra la Chiesa e la cultura, o piuttosto le culture, del nostro tempo e del nostro mondo. Le iniziative del Cortile dei Gentili sono state e sono emblematiche di una Chiesa in uscita, secondo il desiderio del Papa Francesco, di un dialogo aperto che richiede tanto una grande capacità di ascolto nell'incontro di mondi diversi, quanto l'inesauribile volontà di intessere legami tra persone e ambiti diversi, tra campi di sapere e dell'esperienza umana, tra cercatori di Dio che camminano su vie talvolta lontane e la Chiesa cattolica. Grazie mille, Eminenza, per la sua presenza tra noi. Desidero poi salutare con affetto il padre George MacLean, presidente del Council for Research in Values and Philosophy. È stato un promotore perseverante di una tale conferenza che si svolge nell'università che è stata la sua durante 7 anni, al tempo della sua formazione sacerdotale. Conosciamo bene, Reverendo Padre, il suo impegno per identificare aree e tematiche di riflessione che richiedono di essere approfondite attraverso tanto un lavoro di ricerca congiunto quanto un dialogo e un confronto interdisciplinari. Lei crede a questa forza dell'intelligenza che può abbattere le barriere ideologiche e creare ponti di comprensione e di condivisione. Sono felice che questa conferenza, che deve molto alla sua determinazione, possa riunirci insieme a Roma durante questi giorni. Vorrei anche salutare in un modo del tutto particolare il professor Charles Taylor. Lei è uno dei più importanti e rispettati pensatori del nostro tempo e il suo libro A Secular Age è stato fin dal momento della sua pubblicazione un'opera di riferimento per pensare la nostra situazione culturale ed epistemologica. È stato una fonte di riflessione e una spinta in tanti luoghi per la costituzione di gruppi di riflessione e di lavoro a partire da questo libro. Desidero dirle che tutti noi ci rallegriamo molto della sua presenza e lo dico a nome di tutta l'università, con i suoi circa 2600 studenti che provengono da 120 paesi e per la metà di loro da paesi non europei, e a nome mio, in quanto lettore appassionato e ammiratore della sua opera da quasi 30 anni. Permettetemi di ringraziare di cuore il padre João Villaccia, professore di filosofia nella nostra università e presidente della ComUCAP, posso dire ciò che è la ComUCAP nella mia lingua madre, Conférence mondiale des institutions universitaires catholiques de philosophie, che si è dedicato con tutta la sua intelligenza e tutta la sua energia, e posso dire che le due non sono piccole, alla nascita e all'organizzazione di questa conferenza congiunta a Roma. Dall'inizio ha creduto alla necessità e alla rilevanza di un tale convegno e ha accompagnato con una cura attenta ogni passo avanti, con il sostegno della Facoltà di Filosofia, a cui anche va il mio sentito ringraziamento. Desidero esprimere tutta la nostra e la mia gratitudine a tutti i relatori e a tutti voi, partecipanti. Molti di voi vengono da lontano. Spero veramente che possiate vivere un bel momento di incontro, di dialogo e di riflessione insieme. Prima che comincino i nostri lavori, perché sarò con voi fino alla fine, non ho bisogno di sottolineare la rilevanza del tema di questa conferenza. La vostra presenza ne è una prova eloquente. Mi sembrano molto importanti le diverse tappe di questa conferenza, nutrita dal lavoro di ricerca già svolto in diversi luoghi del mondo. Si tratta della Chiesa, nella sua relazione con il mondo di oggi, cioè con gli uomini e le donne di oggi, ma anche con le società e le culture del nostro tempo. Non si tratterà soltanto di essere sulle frontiere che attraversano queste società, culture e noi stessi, ma di andare avanti con fiducia e speranza nella scoperta di Dio che lavora misteriosamente in tutto e in tutti e che in qualche modo ci chiama a lasciare sicurezze troppo strettamente custodite e luoghi troppo conosciuti. Questa sfida di pensare la nostra situazione intellettuale e spirituale contemporanea richiede la capacità di uscire dal proprio ambito di specializzazione, dai confini della propria cultura, dall'autoreferenzialità, non per confrontarsi con ciò che è differente e talvolta lontano o strano, ma per ascoltare, incontrare, capire e imparare. Mi sembra che questo atteggiamento significhi una Chiesa che non ha paura di vivere la novità del Vangelo e che ha l'audacia di affrontare le problematiche che plasmano le culture di oggi. Riconoscere come e quanto l'essere umano sia cercatore di Dio, che non è mai una proprietà privata, ma che si fa fino alla fine di sé e alla fine dei tempi. Approfondire la nostra via contemporanea per portare umilmente una parola di Dio che parla veramente al cuore e alla mente dell'uomo di oggi. Desiderare di promuovere una cultura dell'accoglienza reciproca e di un dialogo che non dispera di nessuno e di niente sono sfide che possiamo adesso vivere con il coraggio e la forza dell'intelligenza, con questa generosità dell'intelligenza che allarga lo spazio dove si muove. Vi auguro non soltanto 2 bellissime giornate, ma anche un cammino che oggi e domani sia proficuo e al servizio di tutte le nostre società in continuo divenire. Grazie di cuore.
Grazie tante, Reverendo Padre Rettore. And now I ask Father MacLean, please be seated. It will be easier for you.
Good.
So,
All right.
please.
Perfect. Okay, I am delighted to be back here at the Gregorian University, my alma mater. I first came here some 66 years ago. 66 years ago, and I had as a teacher Father Paulo Detza, Bernard Lonergan, Juan Alfaro, and such a team of excellent scholars that I will never forget. I can't promise to remember everything they taught me, but I do my best. I do my best. And also, I came back 50 years ago at the time of Vatican II. And at that time, I was already emeritus and serving one of the American bishops. And then also the Secretary General of the World Union of Catholic Philosophical Societies, and it was a time when issues of philosophy and transformation were very much alive. So that was, in fact, a most enthusiastic assembly, and we had great hopes for the future. But unfortunately, the year 1968 lives in infamy, perhaps. It was a time of world revolution. It was a time when the processes of celebrating religion suddenly were moved aside in order to break through all of the senses of transcendence, the senses of obedience, the senses of religion. It was a time of total transformation. And so when people talk about 1968, they're talking about the time that the universities throughout the world were in revolution. Now, when we come back, we find also that we have a new challenge. The new challenge is that of the death of God, the processes of secularization, the processes of a change in the attitude towards religion. And a few years ago, 1999, I was giving a lecture in Tehran, perhaps the first in Qom, the first non-Muslim, perhaps, to ever speak in that city. And as soon as I finished, there was a question from the floor, and one of the graduate students in religion stood up and said, "But you talk about freedom and a new sense of freedom, but isn't freedom that by which we disobey God?" And that was a great opportunity then to begin to speak about a new sense of freedom that was rather living out in a creative way the messages that we have from the divine. And so we come to this point here, and we find that the issue of freedom is, in fact, a great challenge now for religion. How can we understand freedom in a creative way? How can we understand the new possibilities of religious dialogue in a way that makes it possible to bring the Word of God into the hearts and minds of people? And then we have another kind of question, and that is, what about the fact that the world is turning inside out, upside down? It's going somewhere, and we're having great difficulty in understanding what that direction is. We find ourselves for the first time ever in what we refer to as a global context. How does one work in a global context in a sense of fidelity and a sense of creativity to make this a new opportunity to bring the message of the gospel to all people? How can we do that? And at the same time be fully cognizant and fully respectful and fully creative with the experiences, the religious experiences that are had by people in all parts of the world. Never to miss an opportunity to respond to the knock of God on the door. That God has been knocking on the doors of mankind in so many different ways. Is it possible to bring those together in a great symphony, which will be polyphonic and which will be a new enrichment of the human sense of the divine? Can we do that? Do we have the creativity? Do we have the initiative? It is the opportunity that has never been present to the church in the past. But now it is. And how do we respond? That, it seems to me, is the issue that stands before us. It's the new, absolutely unique opportunity that we have that our ancestors have never had. Can we respond? How can we respond to that? Well, there are some keys, some great accomplishments that have been sought after and realized. We have, for instance, the work of Hans-Georg Gadamer, who after the Second World War renewed the sense of authority. Oh, this had been quite forgotten. It had been, in fact, quite rejected. And Hans-Georg Gadamer brought that to the fore, that authority can be, in fact, an essential element. And we have a volume from Hathrop with Tony Carroll as guide, who works on just that issue. We have also the work especially of Charles Taylor, and this includes the making of the self, and then beyond that, a secular age. Two great volumes, and accompanied by many associated studies that have spoken out and analyzed in depth the character of a secular age in which we live. Charles Taylor is with us today, and I think if I have this opportunity, I want especially to thank him for the great inspiration that he has brought to humankind, in the sense that it is possible to move ahead, and that it should be, secular age should be understood not as a loss, but as a new step forward. And we have also with us Jose Casanova, who single-handedly took on the fallacy that secularity was simply a loss of religion, and said, no, secularity is a new way of being religious. And he pointed us in the direction that would make that possible. And together, the two of them thought out what could be the pattern of the work that could lie ahead. And they said, there are four things that we need to study. One of them is that of the seekers. That is, not that they are against religion or abandoning religion, but they are looking in new ways. Can we meet them? Can we find out where they're going? Can we speak to them? This is a new creative mode of approaching the secular age. And then also the magisterium. How can the magisterium be, in fact, the guide and the teacher of the new seekers? How can that be done? This is the great challenge for the church. And I remember we had a special dialogue at Catholic University with Cardinal Francis George and Charles Taylor, hosted by Jose Casanova. And the Cardinal pointed out that some wanted to remain just as things were in the past, and others wanted to change. And the church had to speak to both of these. And they're not the only two, as the Cardinal Francis George pointed out. And so how do we speak positively, creatively to people who want to be living the faith in quite different ways? And perhaps, as was brought up, perhaps there's more than two ways. Perhaps there are many different ways in the world today in which people are seeking the divine and responding in their own way. Can we bring those together? Can this be the life of the church? A creative pastoral responsibility. And then the consideration as well of the changes of the times in which we live, and consequently the changes in the historical situation in which the faith is lived. And I think Pope Francis spoke to the theologians just about a week ago and said, don't simply give us directions from outside, but rather as theology is a way of living the faith and sublumine fide, it needs to be a living faith that we begin from as theologians. And so that element then of the moral directions and the historical circumstances is another special consideration. And finally, we have the plural spiritualities. The plural spiritualities that are different ways of responding to God. If we have a consideration, for instance, of unity, does the Chinese sense of harmony, can that be an enrichment? Can we speak to that? And if the consideration of the Islamic vision is one of compassion, then does our sense of love speak to that? And does that speak to us? Or can we say that perhaps if we started out of our total sense of unity and saw that as being enriched by the Chinese sense of harmony, that the two of them might be able to speak to love in a way that would open to compassion? And then we would have a dialogue of religions, but one that is continually enriching. So these are the hopes that might be sought and that might be tested and might be then examined. Can this interchange, this meeting of religions, be one that enables the church to bring its message of the gospel to all people? And can do that precisely because it is being continually enriched by the century-long experiences of our peoples in all parts of the world. This is the great opportunity for the future. I think my time at the Gregorian, this may be the last time after 66 years. But when I look around and I see the hopes that we have here in this hall, I rejoice then that the task will be in good hands. Thank you very much for coming and for your work.
Thank you very much, Father McLean. The vision is yours, and the perseverance is yours, and we are all very indebted to you. And thank you for those 66 years of bringing around what we have learned and the way you went beyond from your experience here at the Gregorian University. Thank you very much indeed for all that you are doing and all that you have done. Thank you. I pass now the word to His Eminence Cardinal Ravasi, who is going to make the opening address of this event.
Io vorrei innanzitutto esprimere anch'io la mia emozione di essere qui, perché io soltanto mezzo secolo fa ero in questa stessa aula e non avevamo allora il problema della comunicazione attraverso le lingue, perché tutte le lezioni e tutti gli esami erano in latino. Ora io questa emozione anche l'ho perché vorrei trattare in maniera molto modesta, molto elementare, soltanto un simbolo che però è centrale nell'opera di questo maestro effettivo che è il professor Charles Taylor. Io vorrei porre come simbolo di questa, ripeto ancora, di questo mio modesto intervento. Io ormai non posso più anche dedicarmi alla ricerca, per esempio esegetica, che è stata la base fondamentale del mio passato accademico. Vorrei proprio mettere al centro questa parola seculum, anche perché indirettamente è nel titolo stesso di questo convegno. Seculum è, come ben sappiamo, generatore di due accezioni, di due significati. E attorno a questi due significati io svolgerò una breve riflessione, una riflessione di tipo più teologico-pastorale. La prima accezione è un'accezione positiva. Il secolo genera la secolarità, che è una categoria cristiana. Non dimentichiamo che, per esempio, secolo nel greco del Nuovo Testamento è aion, e aion ha anche una dimensione di eternità persino. La stessa cosa vale per l'ebraico olam, che indica contemporaneamente una temporaneità, ma anche una dimensione di globalità. Ecco, comincio allora con il primo significato positivo, la secolarità. La secolarità come categoria teologica. La matrice teologica di questa categoria io la esprimo in maniera, in questo caso proprio solo impressionistica, semplificata. La esprimo attraverso tre componenti della fede cristiana. La prima componente è la creazione. Basti soltanto ascoltare queste battute del libro della Sapienza. Un libro, tra l'altro, di dialogo tra cultura ebraica e cultura greca. Sapienza 1,14. Le creature del mondo sono tutte portatrici di salvezza, in esse non c'è alcun veleno di morte. Notate, tutte le creature del mondo. Secondo, Sapienza 11,24. Tu, o Signore, ami tutte le cose che esistono e non provi disgusto per nessuna delle cose che tu hai creato, Signore amante della vita. Per il Creatore nulla è profano. E questo già ci fa comprendere come il nostro sguardo deve essere alla totalità e deve essere ottimista. Seconda componente. Gesù è un laico, non è un sacerdote. Lo dice la lettera agli Ebrei. Lettera agli Ebrei, capitolo 7, versetto 14. È noto che il Signore nostro è germogliato dalla tribù di Giuda e di essa Mosè non disse nulla riguardo al sacerdozio. Ma non si accontenta l'autore della lettera agli Ebrei. Ebrei 8,4. Se Gesù fosse sulla terra, non sarebbe neppure sacerdote. Questo aspetto che il nostro fondatore sia laico è veramente significativo, sia pure con tutte le precisazioni che i teologi fanno. Terzo elemento, il cristianesimo presenta un modello di rapporto tra fede e politica, fede e società, che è estremamente significativo, perché dice no al sacralismo, dice no alla ierocrazia, alla teocrazia, all'integralismo e naturalmente dice no anche alla statolatria, alla negazione di qualsiasi componente religiosa nella società. Qual è l'asserto? Beh, è l'asserto che Cristo formula e sul quale si è esercitata l'esegesi e la teologia per secoli, soprattutto anche nella incarnazione, ma l'asserto è lapidario. È, come dico spesso io, un tweet. In greco sono con gli spazi soltanto 50 caratteri. Rendete a Cesare quel che è di Cesare e rendete a Dio quel che è di Dio. È il riconoscimento perciò che esiste una autonomia forte dell'immagine di Dio che è l'uomo, della religione, e dall'altra parte un'autonomia reale anche, naturalmente, della società e dello Stato. La religione cristiana non può ammettere quella frase straordinaria, qui la dedichiamo al rettore che è francese, nella Tali di Racine, quando il sacerdote Yoyoada fa quella sua dichiarazione, che è la dichiarazione tutto sommato di molte religioni, di alcune religioni, non dobbiamo negarlo, è la dichiarazione anche dell'Islam, per esempio. La dichiarazione è «Ce temple est mon pays, je n'en connais point d'autre». Il Tempio, ce temple, è il mio paese, è la mia nazione e non c'è niente fuori, altro. Ecco, il cristianesimo invece riconosce la secolarità. E allora io vorrei a questo punto concludere già la mia prima riflessione, anche perché il tempo è limitato, con due considerazioni conclusive sulla secolarità. Primo, la secolarità è un locus theologicus, delicato ma reale, ed è stato, per fortuna, nel Novecento variamente declinato. Io vorrei soltanto fare 3 esempi e di questi autori cito soltanto una frase emblematica, autori che ho letto. Primo, tutti questo lo conoscono e tutti immaginano che io devo dire questo nome, cioè Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer con la sua teoria del mündige Welt, del mondo adulto, del mondo maggiorenne, che come il giovane si emancipa dalla famiglia ma non stacca i legami con la famiglia, però ha una sua autonomia. E la sfida per la fede è proprio quella che abbandona il Dio teofanico ex machina che abbraccia tutta la realtà per il Dio kenotico, il Dio della croce, che ha una sua presenza, ma vedete è una presenza da seme, non da potere. Secondo personaggio, penso che tutti immaginino, per rappresentare la fecondità, è Gogarten. Gogarten, con la sua opera del 1953, Destino e speranza dell'epoca moderna, nella quale scriveva: la secolarità è la necessaria e legittima conseguenza della fede cristiana. E qui già introduce il secondo vocabolo, il secondo tema che io vorrei trattare, il secolarismo, o secolarizzazione se si vuole, ma meglio secolarismo, è una degenerazione della secolarità, perché prende congedo da Dio, radicalizzando la sua autonomia e cancellando la compresenza del divino. Ancora continuava, l'autonomia dell'uomo non si svincola da Dio, ma non è sacralmente sopraffatta. Non si svincola, ma non è schiacciata. La Chiesa deve vivere, continuava, in sincera solidarietà col mondo senza volerlo sacralizzare. E il terzo evidentemente è Rahner. Rahner, di cui ascoltai alcune lezioni proprio in quest'aula, facendo riferimento in pratica, faceva riferimento alla Gaudium et Spes nelle sue considerazioni teologiche sulla secolarizzazione del 1967, scriveva queste parole che mi sembrano significative al di là di altre sue concezioni. La Chiesa deve e vuole, attenzione al verbo, condeterminare anche il cammino del mondo secolare, senza però volerlo determinare integristicamente e dottrinariamente. Ecco, questo è condeterminare, anche col mondo, ma non determinare in assoluto, integristicamente. E passiamo ora al secondo volto della parola seculum, che è quello che, usando l'italiano meglio, definisco come secolarismo. Qual è il simbolo che potremmo usare qui per rappresentare il secolarismo? Beh, tutti lo sanno. È un simbolo che è diventato popolare nel linguaggio. Anche uno degli ultimi testi brevi del professor Taylor, tradotto in italiano, ha proprio il titolo Disincanto, incanto e disincanto. Il disincanto del mondo, Entzauberung der Welt. Questa frase, tra l'altro, non è, come tutti dicono, di Max Weber, è di Hölderlin. Hölderlin la adotta in tutt'altro senso, però, in un senso molto... Ed è diventato poi anche popolare attraverso l'opera del 1985 di Marcel Gauchet. Ecco, quali sono le caratteristiche del secolarismo? Beh, naturalmente l'opera del professor Taylor, ma anche tutte le opere che sono state scritte a partire dalla famosa opera di Lübbe del 1965, Säkularisierung. Da allora dicono tante componenti, tanti colori di questo secolarismo. Io ne elenco alcuni, li lascio a voi. Prima di tutto l'emancipazione da legami e soggezioni sacrali, l'emancipazione da autorità, simboli, istituzioni sacrali, l'emancipazione dalla giurisdizione del sacro. Secondo, un altro esempio potrebbe essere, un altro colore, l'autonomia ontologica, epistemologica, deontologica dalla teologia. In pratica, alla fine, si cerca di relegare la teologia in una sorta di oasi protetta, ma indipendente rispetto all'orizzonte del sapere, del conoscere. Anche perché ormai unico è il soggetto, l'umanità, il cielo è vuoto di dei. Un'altra componente che è una conseguenza, quella che io chiamo spesso la monodicità della conoscenza, cioè la conoscenza con un unico tono, che è quello poi scientifico alla fine, razionale scientifico, per cui si ha la prevalenza, si dà il rilievo alla scena del mondo, più che non al fondamento della realtà. Si esclude la possibilità di una trascendenza e di un suo linguaggio proprio per accedervi. Ora noi sappiamo invece, per fortuna, questo atteggiamento è in crisi. Noi sappiamo che la nostra conoscenza, di tutti, anche della persona più semplice, è polimorfa. Quando la persona che è pure scienziato si innamora, usa un altro canale di conoscenza, l'estetica, l'arte. Quarta e ultima componente che vorrei, tra gli esempi molteplici della secolarità, del secolarismo, è il fenomeno della metropoli, dell'urbanizzazione. Questa è una componente che io desumo, e vi cito una frase sua, dall'opera The Secular City di Harvey Cox. Un'opera che poi lui ha superato, però in questo caso io credo sia con un suo significato ancora. L'opera è del 65. Urbanizzazione significa una struttura di vita in comune nella quale dominano la diversità e la disintegrazione delle tradizioni. Domina un tipo di impersonalità, un certo grado di tolleranza e di anonimità che sostituiscono le sanzioni morali, tradizionali e le conoscenze codificate. Vedete, cioè anche l'uomo della campagna che entra nella città, che pure ha le sue tradizioni, ha una sua moralità, quando entra in questo luogo grigio perde la sua identità. Ed è vero questo. Ormai l'anonimità sostituisce le sanzioni morali e le conoscenze codificate. Ecco, io penso però, e questo vorrei farlo con voi ora, io penso che esistano nell'interno del secolarismo presente due sfide pastorali, due sfide anche culturali che ci vengono lanciate da due fenomeni, dico ancora tra i tanti possibili fenomeni della complessa società attuale, cultura attuale. Il primo fenomeno lo denomino con un termine che devo spiegare perché lo si usa, l'ha usato qualche autore, ed è l'apateismo. Apateismo è la crasi, l'unione, di apatia e ateismo. È in pratica quello che noi chiamiamo di solito l'indifferentismo. Ecco, questo è un fenomeno col quale, per esempio, il cortile dei gentili, questo dialogo tra credenti e non credenti che io cerco di sviluppare, si trova a confrontarsi con molta difficoltà, perché siamo di fronte a una nebbia, l'apatia. È bellissimo una definizione, qui ancora vado alla Francia, la cultura francese, una bella definizione l'ha data niente meno che Diderot nella sua lettera sui ciechi per quelli che ci vedono. Una cosa che lui indirizza al suo amico teista, però, Voltaire. Ecco la sua frase. È molto importante non prendere la cicuta, non so come si dice in inglese, quella cicuta, quella di Socrate che avvelena, per prezzemolo. È importante non confondere, si assomigliano, la cicuta e il prezzemolo. Ma è importante non prendere, ma continua, ma non lo è affatto credere in Dio o non crederci. Credere in Dio o non crederci è del tutto irrilevante. Questo è un po' l'atteggiamento, direi, lo stile dell'apateismo, che è veramente problematico ed è sempre più dominante. Non contesta frontalmente come l'ateismo nicciano, non combatte la fede come facevano i regimi atei, ignora Dio come estraneo. Quello che diceva un recensore del suo libro, un recensore italiano che lei conosce bene, Costa, che a proposito di questa situazione diceva: se Dio ora dovesse entrare in una piazza di una metropoli, di una città contemporanea, non stupirebbe più di tanto, al massimo una guardia gli domanderebbe i documenti, gli chiederebbe i documenti, perché non si conosce la sua identità. Ecco, Dio non deve interferire nelle vicende umane, è un estraneo, non deve essere, non è il principio di scelte esistenziali. E anche la trascendenza la si può riconoscere, deve rimanere nel limbo della sua trascendenza. È finito il tempo in cui, come c'era de Sade nella Nouvelle Justine, lui diceva, ateo, retorico anche, enfatico, diceva: quando l'ateismo vorrà dei martiri, lo dica e il mio sangue è pronto. Questo adesso sarebbe ridicolo. Gli atei attuali sono apatei. Del tutto gli ultimi che sono veramente aggressivi sono in realtà una specie protetta sempre di più, quelli che sentono fortemente l'ateismo. E allora questa situazione condanna la religione all'insignificanza, all'inutilità, all'irrilevanza nella storia. E qui io devo dire le cause di questa situazione sono oggetto anche di analisi e non è il caso ora di fermarsi a vedere che cosa ha generato, se è stato l'homo technologicus, se è stato l'individualismo, i nuovi linguaggi e così via. Io dico soltanto, pastoralmente, che questa situazione di apateismo interpella i cristiani e li interpella drammaticamente perché l'indifferenza ci fa capire che i cristiani non hanno saputo comunicare la loro differenza. Anzi, si sono appiattiti sul minimo, si sono appiattiti sulle realtà penultime, non sono più capaci di dare risposte alle domande capitali e quindi di stimolare la domanda, l'interrogazione. La società indifferente non ama la domanda. La domanda, vedete, nelle nostre lingue è rappresentata come qualcosa che artiglia. Oscar Wilde diceva giustamente che a dare le risposte sono capaci tutti, a fare le vere domande ci vuole un genio. Cioè la domanda suppone una profondità, suppone anche una tensione. E quindi ecco l'importanza di provocare con le verità ultime il male, la sofferenza, il senso della vita, cose che non entrano anche l'autenticità della verità, per esempio. E ancora noi cristiani abbiamo probabilmente come stile di vita, come testimonianza, abbiamo perso calore, riconosciamolo, molto spesso le nostre comunità meritano la condanna che l'Apocalisse lancia alla Chiesa di Laodicea. Poiché non sei né caldo né freddo, ma sei tiepido, io comincerò a vomitarti da me. Cioè sono comunità prive di testimonianza, incoerenti, non sono più il fermento e il lievito evangelico. Secondo e ultima, e anche l'ultima mia considerazione, seconda situazione del secolarismo presente, secondo fenomeno che ci può stimolare, ed è quello che io chiamerei proprio il politeismo, che poi in maniera più nobile potremmo definire come pluralismo religioso. Noi sappiamo già che Max Weber a suo tempo aveva parlato del politeismo, dei valori etici. Adesso invece si è verificato questo fenomeno indiscutibile, continuo, soprattutto per noi europei, in particolare per i paesi mediterranei, questo incrocio continuo tra religioni, civiltà differenti, e questo fenomeno del politeismo, più divinità, più religioni, genera 3 possibili reazioni, a mio avviso. La prima è quella del fondamentalismo, la paura dell'altro Dio, dell'altra cultura. Ed ecco allora questa apologetica aggressiva, autoreferenziale. Il fondamentalismo islamico ne è un esempio. È la scelta dell'estrarre subito la spada contro l'altro. La seconda possibilità è quella che invece più vive in Europa, cioè il sincretismo generico, che è poi ancora l'apateismo, il sincretismo inoffensivo, senza identità. Eliot, il famoso poeta George Eliot, diceva: noi, se perdiamo il cristianesimo, noi europei, della civiltà occidentale, non siamo più neppure capaci di capire Voltaire e Nietzsche. Però soprattutto c'è un altro rischio peggiore. Noi perdiamo il nostro volto, non abbiamo più una faccia. Ecco, e questo certe volte la smemoratezza, la perdita della memoria religiosa e memoria culturale anche, e fa sì che noi di fronte al fondamentalismo non siamo in grado di reagire, non abbiamo più nessuna identità. Certo, il fondamentalismo ha un'identità esasperata e anche questo è negativo. E allora qual è la terza via? Ma la terza via, evidentemente, anche se è faticosa, modesta, da condurre proprio a testa bassa, con fatica, e la Chiesa di Papa Francesco lo fa, devo dire, è la via del dialogo con tutti i rischi e le fatiche, il dialogo interreligioso, interculturale. Come deve essere questo dialogo? E su questo dialogo si potrebbe parlare a lungo. Teniamo conto soltanto di questa bella parola che è dialogo. Nella sua matrice greca, che non tutti sanno, che ha due significati in greco. La preposizione dia ha due valori, non uno solo. Di solito si dice che è l'incrocio dia tra due logoi diversi. In realtà dia vuol dire anche scendere in profondità, la diabasi. E allora in questo caso vuol dire anche avere... sono morte le ideologie, sì, ma morendo le ideologie è morto anche il pensiero. Dobbiamo ritornare ancora all'approfondimento della nostra fede, allo scavo, e a cercare di chiedere agli altri, di esigere agli altri che la loro argomentazione sia epistemologicamente e contenutisticamente valida, sostanziosa. Ma io penso che il dialogo voglia dire anche tante altre cose, che è per esempio il farsi anche prossimo, vicini tendenzialmente all'altro. È quello del cercare di mettersi in ascolto anche dell'altro. E questo è un altro esercizio molto arduo. Il sogno è sempre quello, e quella espressione che viene usata, che era stata usata da Giovanni Paolo II nel nuovo millennio in Eunte per la Chiesa. E io penso invece che dovrebbe diventare anche l'ideale ancora dell'umanità, che come sempre ha una base comune, la base adamica. Diceva la Chiesa, noi dobbiamo fare della Chiesa una casa e una scuola di comunione. Ecco, qui l'appello è quello a una umanità che nella sua diversità riesca però ad essere in una casa comune, che è la casa di questo modesto pianeta in cui noi siamo, questa piccola aiuola, come la chiamava Dante Alighieri. Nella tradizione rabbinica c'è una bella immagine, un bel aforisma che dice: gli uomini quando costruiscono, quando battono le monete, coniano le monete, le fanno con un unico conio, per cui le monete sono tutte uguali. Dio fa l'umanità con un unico conio, l'adamicità, essere umani. Eppure gli uomini sono tutti diversi, a partire proprio solo dalle impronte digitali. Ecco, questo auspicio alla fine, il dialogo come costruzione faticosa, lenta, forse escatologica, di una casa comune. Io ho finito, vorrei ora concludere lasciando la parola alla Bibbia. E la parola della Bibbia in questo caso ha il significato di spingerci a mettere ancora in pratica la capacità di decifrare la nostra storia. La religione ebraico-cristiana è una religione storica. Non ci invita a decollare dalla realtà verso cieli mitici o mistici. È una religiosità incarnata a partire dal Cristo, che è il grande segno. E proprio per questo io vorrei ricordare quello stereotipo, che purtroppo è diventato uno stereotipo, usato in tempo conciliare. Io sono venuto a Roma e ho iniziato quindi a studiare qui alla Gregoriana. Sono venuto a Roma nel pomeriggio dell'11 ottobre 1962. Se chi lo sa, sa che alla sera, e in quel giorno alla mattina era iniziato il concilio e alla sera io avevo assistito al famoso discorso della luna di Papa Giovanni XXIII. Ebbene, segni dei tempi. I segni dei tempi, si continuava a dire, il concilio invitava, eccetera. Certo, i segni sono un elemento importante, i segni del potere, ma io direi piuttosto il potere dei segni, che è importante. E allora, proprio su questo, lascerei la voce, la parola, a due testimoni, a due personaggi biblici fondamentali. Beh, prima di tutto cominciamo coi profeti, la profezia per l'Antico Testamento. E qui scelgo Geremia 8,7. Vi leggo questa sua frase. La cicogna, perché sceglie la cicogna, Geremia? Perché in ebraico cicogna si dice hasidah, la pia. Quindi è curioso questo, come i Hasidim. La cicogna nel cielo conosce il tempo per migrare. La tortora, la rondine e la gru osservano il tempo del ritorno. Il mio popolo invece non conosce il progetto stabilito dal Signore. Ed ecco ancora, sempre nello stesso stile, la voce di Cristo, che ci interpella da Matteo 16, 2-3, usando il simbolo delle previsioni meteorologiche. Quando si fa sera, voi dite, bel tempo, perché il cielo rosseggia. Al mattino, voi dite, oggi burrasca, perché il cielo è cupo, oscuro. Sapete dunque interpretare l'aspetto del cielo e non siete capaci di interpretare i segni dei tempi? Grazie. Faccio una cosa meglio.
Grazie Eminenza per questa profondissima, ricchissima, importantissima lezione per tutti noi. Noi siamo un po' in ritardo, ma questa è la vita e grazie a Dio che abbiamo un straordinario motivo per esserlo. Io suggerisco che ci diamo 5 minuti, chi vuole alzarsi o qualcosa, e in 5 minuti, diciamo al più tardi alle 3:55, 3:55, we start with the next session. So please be there on time. Thank you very much.
Sono stato un po' lungo io.
Grazie tanto, veramente questo è straordinario. Sì.
Semplice.
No, questo è veramente una... grazie. Ok, bravo. era gente della Esatto, allora fare i conti su quando comincia mettiamo le persone insieme e riportiamo adesso. No, è una cosa bravissima, no. Sì, certo, non c'è coffee break. No, non è coffee break, no.
Vai al tavolo.
Eccellenza, come sta?
Molto bene.
Ci siamo incontrati a Bangalore
Sì,
con
sì. Garbaran College?
Judo, sì, sì. Sì, sì, è diventato uno dei voi. Sì, sì. Io sono il segretario del Castello, mi conosci ancora?
Sì, abbiamo visto anche domani sarà qui.
Domani
session. So, no coffee break now. So please return to your seats. Sarebbe buono di ritornare alle sedie. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready, please. So, welcome to this session. This is the first topical session after the opening session. And the moderation is going to be done by myself and Archbishop Thomas Menerampil from India. And we are extremely grateful that he came extra from India to be with us on this occasion. We also shared in other moments the need about and the reflections about the importance of this event. So we are grateful to his presence. And I welcome in a very special way Professor Jose Casanova and Professor Hans Joas, who are going to be the speakers. Please note, and just before giving the word for a brief moment to Archbishop Thomas, that as much as we can, we are late. This is clear. We have good reason, an excellent reason to be late. But we are late, so I don't know how much time we are going to have for the conversation afterwards. I hope there will be time, because this is extremely important. One of the things that can be done is questions can be noted in your notebooks that I suppose everyone got it, so that when we open the dialogue, we'll try to go to the content, so that you can make substantial contributions to the conversation that is going to be within seconds opened by Professor Casanova and Professor Joas. So now the word to Archbishop Thomas, who is going to introduce to this session.
Only just one word to say I'm extremely happy to come all the way from India, only take part in this conference. And I look to it with great optimism, because when we look at secularization as a problem, as a threat, probably we are looking negatively. We must look at it as an opportunity. And Cardinal said, go deeper. And probably it's an invitation to go deeper into our faith, deeper into our human identity and our mission here.
Thank you. So I pass on the word to Professor Casanova, please.
Well, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here. And let me just begin. The title is A Catholic Church in a Global Secular World. And as we are approaching the 50th anniversary of the conclusion of the Second Vatican Council, it is opportune to reflect upon the global dimensions of the Council, insofar as it was the first truly global ecumenical council of the Catholic Church, a gathering of church fathers from all the parts of the globe. As the result of such a global gathering, even before the term globalization had been invented, the Council documents recognized the phenomenon as a sign of the times. It appears, references to it appears in Nostra Aetate, in Dignitates Humanae, and of course, especially in Gaudium et Spes. This was not a self-referential church, but rather one open to the entire world, scrutinizing prophetically global trends decades before those ideas became platitude in global media. Its deep and long-lasting global consciousness, its unparalleled global reach, global networks, and its proven dedication to the common good of global humanity represent some of the most significant competitive advantages and assets of the Catholic Church in our global age. Processes of globalization present the people of God with tremendous opportunities to become ever more Catholic, ever more universal and more global in its mission to bring the good news and to serve all of humanity in its pilgrimage through history to the kingdom of God. But this unparalleled opportunity can only be realized if the Church reaffirms once again with faith and hope its Catholicity, and guided by the message of Pope Francis, leaves behind its most recent self-referential obsession with moral confessionalism and goes out to the plazas of the world to contribute to the globalization of fraternity. From its very beginning, Catholic had the dual connotations of whole, that is universal, and that of being the true Orthodox Church, and thus a particular Roman Catholic Church. This duality has always been throughout the history of the Church the source of much tension, not always resolved successfully. It is, one may say, when the Church, in its identity as the people of God, is able to maintain the right balance between the two poles of universality and particularity, that is both most faithful to its Catholic tradition and can best realize its universal mission. However, our global secular age and our secular world also present the Catholic Church with very serious challenges, to which the Church will need to find some creative responses if it is to realize its global potential and its global responsibility. I propose to analyze those global challenges under four broad headings: secularization, pluralism, clericalism, and gender. Secularization, its multiple and diverse forms demand creative and diverse responses. The Catholic Aggiornamento signaled a profound reorientation of Catholicism towards modern developments, revising what had been to a large extent an anti-modern negative philosophy of history and adopting a positive attitude which assumed the legitimacy of the seculum, that is, of the modern secular age and of the modern secular world. But this affirmation took place in a European context in which there was no careful distinction between secularity, and we heard the lecture from His Eminence Cardinal Rabase, secularity, namely the affirmation of the legitimacy of the secular spheres, secularism, an ideology which viewed the secular age as a post-religious condition and the public sphere as a sphere of laicite free from religion, and secularization, historical processes which in modern societies were supposed to lead irremediably to a drastic decline of religious beliefs and practices. Within a dichotomous understanding of a radical opposition between tradition and modernity, modernization was to lead necessarily to secularization. Becoming a modern secular person implied, therefore, leaving religion and other traditional customs behind. As a result of such strongly held secularist assumptions among European societies, sociological theories of secularization function not only as empirical analytical descriptions, but became, to a large extent, a form of self-fulfilling prophecy. The churches themselves, as well as the analysis of a great number of theologians, internalized these secularist assumptions concerning the secular city and the death of God, and suffered, as a result, drastic internal secularization. In overreaction to this obvious threat, conservative groups within the church close ranks in an equally undifferentiated negative reaction not only to secularism, but also to the various forms and manifestations of secularity and secularization. We find ourselves, luckily, at a moment in which we can redress what had become pendular movements between extreme secularizing and anti-secular positions, and find a more balanced condition for a critical rethinking of the implications of our global secular age. One of the most significant analytical practical consequences of the recent revision of the traditional European paradigm of secularization is the recognition that secularization, in the sense of a drastic decline of religious beliefs and practices, is not a necessary consequence of modernization, and the different processes of modernization are connected with very diverse religious secular dynamics throughout the world. In practical terms, this means that the challenges of secularization and increasing religious pluralization are going to be different across different societies and even among different groups within the same society, and that therefore the Church's responses, in order to be adequate, will also need to vary accordingly. Obviously, the response to the challenge of aggressive atheist secularism has to be different from the response to simply hedonistic materialism, to solidaristic exclusive secular humanism, or to the religious competition from other Christian communities and non-Christian religions, or to the competition that comes from non-religious spiritual churches. Each of these phenomena, all of which may contribute to the unchurching of Catholics, may nonetheless be carried by and be attractive to very different groups in different societies, and therefore the pastoral response has to be appropriate and commensurable. No general and uniform pastoral strategy of evangelization will be able to address adequately all of these phenomena. As Pope Francis has emphasized in the encyclical Evangelii Gaudium, in order to bear abundant fruit, today's evangelization is a task that must be carried out by the entire people of God. As a pastoral strategy, facilitating the actual intersubjective gathering of the many sectors and communities constitute the people of God may be of crucial relevance, not only in order to gain mutual understanding, but also to strengthen Catholicity within the global church. The second challenge, pluralization and pluralism, internal and external, religious and secular. It is now empirically confirmed by comparative historical analysis that modernization does not lead automatically or irremediably to religious decline, but may actually be accompanied by religious revivals of all kinds, depending upon the phenomenological experience that accompanies processes of modernization in various settings. What comparative analysis, however, tends to show firmly and much more uniformly is that what characterizes modernization almost irremediably is indeed increasing pluralization of all kinds. Globalization only enhances and heightens this pluralization of options, individual, communitarian, as well as collective, in all kinds of directions, religious and secular. For the Catholic Church, the proper response to increasing pluralization internally and externally ought to be not uniform, self-enclosed exclusivity, but rather the recognition that plurality and pluralism, in unity with the Bishop of Rome and with the local bishop, is both theologically and sociologically a sign of universality, Catholicity, and wholeness. It is also sociologically speaking the most appropriate and effective pastoral strategy. While the growing secularization of European societies represents a significant challenge for the Catholic Church, no less challenging is the significant growth of religious pluralism in many previously homogeneous Catholic societies, such as Latin America or the Philippines. Partly in response to the sociological evidence that in the United States and elsewhere, conservative churches were growing at the expense of more liberal churches, there has been what is, in my view, a misplaced diagnosis of the challenges facing the Catholic Church today. Blaming the post-Vatican II liberalization for the confusion and the loss of the faithful, there has been the attempt to close ranks in a defensive, assertive, and self-enclosed church which abandoned its Catholicity or its Catholic all-inclusive identity for a more pure and exclusivist, quasi-sectarian community. While such a strategy may be appropriate for Protestant denominations within an internally competitive, plurally religious market, it is self-defeating for a Catholic Church whose greatest competitive resource is its Catholicity and its rich and complex internal pluralism, which can best accommodate the very different challenges of pluralization in various local and national contexts. For complex reasons, much of European Catholicism never made the transition from the early modern ascriptive and prescriptive territorial parish that accompanied the vigorous renewal associated with the Council of Trent and its ecclesiastical reforms to the kind of modern voluntary communities and associations which one finds throughout the history of immigrant America and in contemporary global cities, which by definition cannot be prescribed from above, but must be self-generated from the grassroots of the people of God. As Pope Francis emphasized in Evangelii Gaudium, the local parish, the national churches, and the global church need to reinvent themselves as communities of communities. The face of the people of God is increasingly plural and diverse, and the Catholic Church needs to embrace this rich internal pluralism, both to sustain itself and to respond adequately to the task of external evangelization in an ever more plural and pluralistic world. There is overwhelming sociological evidence that one of the reasons why Italian Catholicism, for instance, is doing much better than Spanish Catholicism, or why Catholicism in Brazil or in the Philippines has also been able to confront relatively well the challenge of Pentecostal churches, is due to their rich and complex internal pluralism. In the case of the Latin American church, the most remarkable example of dynamic internal pluralism has been the dramatic growth of charismatic and neo-Pentecostal Catholics, a development which the hierarchy first viewed with much suspicion, but have now officially embraced throughout Latin America. It should be obvious that Pope Francis has brought to Rome this experience of a rich, vibrant, and internally pluralist Latin American church, which is less concerned with its ecclesiastical identity and purity and more focused on the spiritual and material needs of the people of God. As the first Pope who did not participate in the Council and who has been able to embrace and reconcile what appear to be the opposite charismatic and liberation wings of the Latin American Church, he appears to be in a unique position to bring this recognition of the richness of internal pluralism within the Church to Rome. He is in a privileged position to move the global Church beyond the opposite and polarized hermeneutics of rupture and continuity which had plagued much of the Catholic Church after Vatican II. For a global Catholic Church that has to adapt and respond to the most diverse local challenges, the promotion of a rich internal Catholic pluralism, often nurtured from below, is a more fruitful way to respond creatively to the diverse task of evangelization than are centralized, homogeneous, and clerically led programs of evangelization promoted from above. So the third challenge is clericalism. If this analysis so far is to some extent correct, it should follow that heightened clericalism and the purification of the clergy to protect it from the temptation and deviations of the secular world cannot serve as a solution to the task of evangelization. The more adequate pastoral strategy ought to be the recognition and promotion of the wealth and diversity of charisms present among the entire people of God. This appears to be also a central message of Pope Francis. Confronted with what at times appears to be an almost dizzying external and internal religious pluralism, one of the temptations of the Catholic hierarchy in Rome, as well as in many national and local churches, has been to try to reassert, once again, at least internal institutional control and hegemony over the Catholic faithful. A recent problematic trend within the Church, at least the ones I know, in Spain, in the United States, in Latin America, has been the growing clericalization of diocesan priests who are becoming increasingly detached from the laity and from the world, precisely at a time when the male and female religious orders are becoming ever more incarnated in the world. This entails a paradoxical reversal. The diocesan secular clergy is becoming ever more religious and detached from the world, while the male and female religious are becoming more engaged in the secular world. The religious orders remain today one of the rare places within the Church for pluralism and for relative autonomy from hierarchy, clerical supervision, and control. Ultimately, what is at stake is the model of church that is being promoted. It is hard to avoid the impression that the model promoted by the hierarchy until very recently had been that of a purified clerical church in an impure secular world, a dramatic reversal from the letter and the spirit of Gaudium et Spes, the pastoral constitution of the church and the modern world, perhaps unduly influenced by sociological literature that has explained convincingly why Protestant conservative churches are growing, while liberal ones are losing ground to secularization. The Catholic Church appears also at times to be retreating to its conservative core, becoming ever more a self-referential church, mainly concerned with maintaining its purity and the authority of the magisterium. I'm going to pass finally to the fourth, for the sake of giving time for conversation, to the fourth challenge, which is the gender question and the specter of feminism. The gender question is arguably the most serious and complex challenge facing the Church today and in the foreseeable future. Indeed, the future of the global Church may be determined to a large extent by the way in which the Church hierarchy, Catholic theologians and intellectuals, and the entire people of God, particularly faithful Catholic women, are able to find creative and positive responses to the challenge. One could argue that until very recently, indeed until the arrival of Pope Francis, the response of the hierarchy had been mostly inadequate insofar as it tended to view and officially depict the very discourse of gender as a dangerous ideology produced by feminism, in the process turning feminism into an ideological foe, indeed into a specter, not unlike communism in the 19th century. At the Second Vatican Council, the Catholic Church embraced theological developmental principles grounded in the historicity of divine revelation, in incarnation, and in the continuous historical unfolding of the divine plans of salvation for humanity that require the Church's careful discernment of the signs of the times. The Catholic aggiornamento represented in this respect recognition of the fundamental moral principles of secular modernity. The human dignity of each and every person emerges as the guiding principle of the three most consequent documents of the Second Vatican Council, Gaudium et Spes, Dignitatis Humanae, and Nostra Aetate. Actually, the same historicism and developmental recognition appears most poignantly in the section directed to women in the closing speech of the Council, when the Council Fathers asserted that, and I quote, "At this moment, when the human race is undergoing so deep a transformation, the hour is coming, in fact has come, when the vocation of women is being achieved in its fullness, the hour in which women acquires in the world an influence, an effect, and a power never hitherto achieved." End of quote. Yet this prophetic vision of the unprecedented transformation in gender relations which humanity was experiencing did not have the transformative consequences one should have expected in the life of the Church after the Council. Confronted with the radical challenges of the gender and sexual revolution of the late 60s, the post-conciliar Church seemed to be backpedaling and abandoning the historicist, prophetic, and forward-looking discernment of the signs of the times, reverting to the defense of an unchanging and unchangeable tradition grounded in eternal and divine natural law. Sociologically, in reaction to the Catholic Church's official defense of a traditionalist position on gender issues and a singularly obsessive focus on sexual moral issues, one can observe throughout the Catholic world a dual process of female secularization and erosion of the Church's authority and sexual morality. Perhaps, for the first time in the accumulative waves of modern secularization, women have left the Church in large numbers, most dramatically throughout Europe, but increasingly also throughout North America and incipiently in Latin America, in a way that should sound alarm bells. Female secularization is probably the most significant factor in the drastic secularization of Western European societies since the 1960s and in the radical rupture of European Christian religion as a chain of memory. Let me just simply end by saying that the unexpected election of Pope Francis has changed dramatically the nature of the debate, the official discourse coming from the hierarchy, and what appeared to be an acrimonious and growing disjunction between church and secular world on issues of gender. His election brought a surprising sense of renewal and hope to the Catholic Church. Also, the fact that he has brought a kind of moratorium on these issues, not abandoning them, but not being at the center of the discourse of the Church, putting the Gospel and the Sermon of the Mount at the very center of the message. But issues of gender are not going to go away, and the growing gap between church and secular morality and sex and gender will need to be addressed eventually, hopefully, in a new spirit and with a new tone. To a certain extent, the new synod and the family has begun the process. It took the Catholic Church several decades, almost a century, to develop a powerful, if you will, social teaching that address the social question. We are now only at the beginning of the process of developing a theology and a social teaching that addresses the gender question. And with this, it will be interesting for me as a sociologist to see how the Catholic Church, after the Synod of Bishops, keeps precisely addressing this issue in a way which precisely recognizes the tremendous diversity and variety of positions of the faithful on these issues across the global Catholic Church, and nonetheless to maintain unity and to a certain extent also charity within the Church as we deal with all these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Casanova. Now we listen to Professor Ansios, please. Thank you.
I would also, first of all, like to express my gratitude for this invitation. It is fantastic to be here and to be able to talk to this audience. A lack of public attention is not what the Catholic Church should currently complain about. Unfortunately, not all that attention is benevolent. And despite the overwhelmingly positive reactions to the personal style and first pronouncements of Pope Francis in the media worldwide, we Catholics have good reasons to remain cautious. We are all familiar with the sudden reversals in popularity many public figures have experienced. Shortly before the resignation of Pope Benedict, there was talk of a very serious crisis of the Church. Some even used the sexual abuse scandals, indications of corruption in the Church, and a widespread feeling of institutional stagnation to claim that the Church is at least approaching its most profound crisis since the Reformation. I don't think this should be taken literally. From my German perspective, other phases in history, like the secularization of 1803, Bismarck's attempts to suppress the Catholic Church in the 1870s, the rule of Nazism and of communism in one part of Germany until 1989, and of course the far-reaching alienation between the Church and the liberal bourgeoisie or the social democratic labor movement in the 19th and 20th centuries deserve the label crises more and make us hesitate to accept exaggerations. Others, from Mexico to China, will refer to their own histories in a similar way. But nevertheless, there can be no doubt that we are in a situation indeed in which a serious new reflection on the Church is needed. This new reflection has to be both theological and social scientific. As you all know, the cooperation of theologians and social scientists has not always been easy. The social sciences are not regularly part of the educational profile of churchmen, and many theologians remain skeptical because they see the social sciences as driven by secularizing views and impulses. In that sense, they may still find plausible the way Leo Tolstoy put it in a satirical piece of 1903. There, we hear a devil in hell boasting of having invented the new discipline of sociology to draw men away from the teachings of Jesus. I quote the devil or Tolstoy, "I impress on them that all religious teaching, including the teaching of Jesus, is an error and a superstition, and that they can ascertain how they ought to live from the science I have devised for them, called sociology, which consists in studying how former people lived badly." I think José Casanova's masterful presentation has already demonstrated, against this statement, that sociology can play a fruitful role in the debates of the Church. And I hope that I can add further aspects to this picture without repeating too much from what José has already said. José and I certainly share the enthusiasm for certain documents of the Second Vatican Council concerning the self-understanding of the Church in the contemporary world. But when we refer to these documents today, half a century after the time when they were drafted, we cannot evade answering the question of why the reality of the Church today, to a large extent, differs from what was articulated and promised in these documents. our enthusiasm for the Council documents may be an expression of our desperation about much of what happened since the Council. And as social scientists, we have to develop an explanation for these discrepancies between the spirit of the Council and the hard realities of the Church or the world in which it finds itself. One possible explanation is that the Council itself failed to translate its vision of the Church into a clear and feasible program of institutional reform. The sociology of organizations teaches us, however, that institutional structures and their inertia easily resist lofty declarations and tend to re-stabilize themselves after phases of turmoil, or even roll back what came up in such an exceptional phase. This explanation receives support from one of the best sociological studies on Vatican II, the book by Melissa Wild, that describes the Council as a process in which unexpectedly a kind of collective effervescence, to speak in sociological language, set in a creative and shared enthusiasm of the assembly, theologically interpreted as the operating of the Holy Spirit. The documents are the products of this process, but the defeated minorities did not necessarily give up their resistance to them after the end of the Council. A more radical explanation, sees the documents themselves not as completely unambiguous. Not only their theological and philosophical vocabulary, also the vision of the Church and the views of the secular world would then themselves have to be clarified today. Given the fact that the Council was indeed a process with unexpected results, it would be surprising if there were no inconsistencies and vague passages in these texts. Moreover, the strong pressure to present new things not as new, but as being in continuity with the tradition of the Church, and to avoid any impression of a rupture with, for example, the highly centralized, hierarchical, and dogmatically anti-modern Church of the 19th century made it very difficult for the Council to become a guideline for later developments. The empirical fact that there has always been in history an interaction between moral developments and the teachings of the Church, an interaction, not a determination in only one direction, still has to be recognized and respected in the self-understanding of a Church that is willing to learn from the world. For me personally, therefore, a double movement is necessary. We have to be more specific and explicit with regard to the social scientific understanding of the Church and the contemporary world, on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have to go back to the characterization of the Church in the early statements of the Christian faith, as we find it, for example, in the Nicene Creed. These early characterizations had 4 dimensions. The Church was declared to be una, sancta, catholica et apostolica. By calling itself one, long before mankind developed a geographically correct knowledge of the globe, so not only long before the debate on globalization began, and a full understanding of the varieties of civilizations and political orders in the world, the Church developed a vision of all human beings brought together in one spirit. As, for example, the German Cardinal Karl Lehmann has written, this unity is not only a vision, but always already a reality when Jesus Christ remains the common point of orientation for all, despite all divisions. Such unity should, however, not be misunderstood as uniformity. On the contrary, pressures toward uniformity will necessarily endanger unity. Sanctity or holiness of the Church does not mean that the Church is an institution that is released from the human condition of sinfulness. And I think this is true not only for all individuals, but also for the institution itself. All members of the clergy, including the Pope, are sinners. And while the Church is or should be an attempt to realize on earth what can never fully be realized here, sacredness remains an inspiration and a normative yardstick, but must not be turned into self-sacralization. Self-sacralization is a constant danger of all human institutions. And the idea of a reason of the Church, in analogy to the raison d'etat, prevents the institution from judging itself by the same high standards it uses with regard to others. Instead of being triumphalist, the Church has to remain humble if it takes its mission seriously. Una sancta catholica et apostolica. The Catholicity of the Church emphasizes its attempt to liberate itself from all cultural and national particularities, although not in the direction of a rational universalism, but in the sense of a deep respect for cultural diversity, coupled with an emphasis on the penetration of all cultures by the Christian message of salvation. A universalism that is not disconnected from the inherent particularity of all culture. That could be a contemporary paraphrase of what Catholic intends to mean. Finally, the apostolic character of the Church, although referring to the apostles of Jesus Christ, is above all a call to continue the mission. It is the counter notion to a self-referential church, the emphasis on a goal outside that lies not in a transcendent dimension alone, but in the human beings of the world. A church that is missionary, non-triumphalist in its self-image and historical views, and aiming at a concrete universalism. That is, in my eyes, the lesson that can be drawn from such a renewed reflection on the early statements of our faith. This then must serve as the normative yardstick for our sociological analysis of the role of the Church in the world and of its institutional structures. Now, very briefly, the crucial term in my analysis of the contemporary situation is the word option. I rely on two great religious thinkers when I make that claim, on Charles Taylor and on William James. The main accomplishment in Charles Taylor's monumental work is to have studied the rise of the so-called secular option, chiefly in the 18th century. Taylor makes clear that the rise of this secular option entails a fundamental shift in the preconditions for faith. Ever since this shift, believers have had to justify their particular faith, such as the Christian, not as a specific confession or with respect to other religions alone, but also as such, as faith per se, vis-à-vis a lack of faith that was initially legitimized as a possibility and then, as I argue with regard to some countries and milieus, even normalized. Of course, the rise of the secular option as such should not be understood as the cause of secularization, but it does establish it as a possibility. In the first instance, then, the optionality of faith arises from the fact that it has, in principle, become possible not to believe. Subsequently, under the conditions of religious pluralism, this optionality has become even stronger. But here we need conceptual distinctions originally introduced by William James in his influential article, The Will to Believe. Options, James said, may be, I quote, of several kinds. They may be living or dead, forced or avoidable, momentous or trivial. And for our purposes, we may call an option a genuine option when it is of the forced, living, and momentous kind. End quote. I restrict myself here to the first element of this definition. And quote James again, a living option is one in which hypotheses are live ones. If I say to you, be a theosophist or a Mohammedan, this is probably a dead option because you don't want to be neither the one nor the other. But if I say be an agnostic or a Christian, it is otherwise. Trained as you are, each hypothesis makes some appeal, however small, to your belief. This distinction seems to me to be extremely relevant for the understanding of what one may call genuine pluralism. If, as in many European societies, a Muslim minority lives together with a Christian or agnostic majority, where the majority does not feel attracted to Islam, nor the minority to the religious or secular views of the majority, this would then not be genuine pluralism. There were many such cases of a mere coexistence of different faiths in the past. And such a mere coexistence of a plurality of faiths would have to be distinguished from a genuine pluralism in which people of one orientation can indeed at least imagine to be attracted by a competing worldview. The precise extent to which faith has indeed become an option in this sense in different countries or milieus is, of course, an empirical question. But I think it is safe to say that in contemporary Europe, most Christian believers are constantly confronted with the option of a secular worldview, and moreover, that in the traditionally bi-confessional societies of Central Europe, we can observe not only a shrinking of confessional milieus, but also indications of a trans-confessional Christian milieu that is beginning to emerge. Now, I skip over some things about the United States, and perhaps also about the rising significance of optionality in other fields than the religious field. I mean, this applies to friendship, to love, to many other, to the political, or at least political party affiliations and so on as well. So we are living today in a world of options, but this is true in a completely different sense as well. Not only with regard to the great number of options we encounter in the world, but also with regard to the ever more intense process of globalization. Perhaps the most important sociological trend regarding Christianity today is the enormous globalization of Christianity. Serious observers like Philip Jenkins speak of our time not as an age of secularization, but as one of the most intense phases of the expansion of Christianity in history. This expansion partly has demographic reasons, the rapid growth of the population in some Christian countries, but that, as you all know here in this room, is not the whole story. Through migration and a fundamental shift in the geography of power outside and within the churches, this will rather sooner than later affect Christians in Europe and North America in many ways. Now, all these processes that can be described by historians and sociologists of religion have enormous intellectual implications. One of the first thinkers to realize this was Karl Rahner. In a retrospective article on Vatican II, the great theologian, who had been deeply involved in the drafting of the council documents, already recognized that the council constituted a qualitative leap, as he said, for the Catholic Church on its way to truly becoming a world church. What it has always been in potentia, it is now becoming in actu, he wrote. One of the reasons why the council led to the experience of collective effervescence clearly seems to have been the intensity of the mutual encounter of bishops and theologians from all over the world. Rahner saw this as the beginning, but not more than the beginning, of a totally new phase in the history of the Church, comparable for him only to the radical new creation of St. Paul when he transcended the limitations of a Jewish religious sect and turned Christianity into a magnet for people from the whole Mediterranean world of his time. More than even Rahner might have anticipated, this leads to a new constellation of what I have called genuine pluralism in large parts of the world. Christianity is becoming a living option for people for whom it was either not available before or tainted by the missionary activities of colonial powers. But for the Christians in Asia, the long intellectual and religious traditions of their own civilizations also remain living options. In the words of the Cambridge church historian David Thompson, I quote, "Asian Christians have therefore sought to understand all world faiths as being in some way vehicles of God's self-revelation. In this respect, they ask questions similar to those asked by Western missionaries. Comparisons between Jesus and Krishna or Buddha seem to require abandonment of any Christian claim that God is uniquely revealed in Jesus Christ. This in turn raises the question of whether Christianity was distorted as it was expressed in Hellenic culture." End of this quote. While these questions are not new in the history of theological thinking, they are now posed in non-European contexts in new and challenging ways. The two main new constellations of optionality I have briefly sketched here: the confrontation of the Christian faith with widespread irreligion in Europe and a few other countries, and with Asian and African cultural traditions in other continents, have a striking similarity. They both undermine the fusion of the Christian faith with particular European cultural traditions. I am deeply interested in investigating what this means for a contemporary re-articulation of the Christian faith. All theologies that do not take seriously these challenges seem to me to be obsolete. But I will not go further into this here. I think these changes certainly force us to speak in a new language, not in the linguistic sense, of course, but in ways that are based on distancing oneself from a traditional idiom and permeated with an understanding of other civilizations and of the achievements of secular worldviews. They force us, as the East German Bishop Joachim Wanke once put it, to elementarize the faith, to take the hierarchies of truth in the Christian faith very seriously. Now, as a concluding section, let me devote a few minutes to the short sociological reflection on the church as an institutional structure. In the course of the 19th century, mostly Protestant church historians began to integrate insights from sociology in their research. And around 1900, some of the greatest figures in sociology began to investigate which forms of social organization were created out of the spirit of religious innovation. Max Weber, as most of you know, distinguished between two main types of religious organization in Christianity, the church and the sect. His friend and rival Ernst Troeltsch introduced a third form called mysticism or individual spirituality. They did not consider these types as exclusive. When discussing, for example, the Salvation Army, Troeltsch clearly was sensitive to further types, the army as a model for a religious organization. There are 4 reasons why these attempts are relevant for the contemporary situation. The first reason is that this typology is not simply an attempt to develop a classification. It's much more ambitious, namely an attempt to study institutions by putting them back into their status nascendi. We should not take the existence of the church for granted, but recognize how improbable its emergence and growth were. The second reason is that these sociologists of religion took the plurality of Christian religious organizations seriously. They did not treat sects or the formation of spiritual communities as aberrations from the path of the only saving church, nor did they, like the sectarian tradition, condemn the church as necessarily corrupt, decadent, authoritarian, or whatever. All these organizations have their own sociological logic. This also implies that they denied, and this is my third reason, a historical teleology in the direction of one of these main types. They do not assume that the church will definitely defeat the stricter organizations based on voluntary memberships, the sects, or the tendencies toward religious individualization. But they see an interplay of these organizations, new developments in one direction as reactions against developments in the other direction, and individual biographical trajectories leading through different types of Christian religious organization. And fourth reason, Max Weber and in our time Robert Bellah open our eyes for the parallels between the emergence of the Christian church and the institutional innovations brought about by other religions based on the innovations of the axial age. All these post-axial age religions have a certain potential for a utopian order that they preserve in special types of institutions. I quote Bellah, relaxed fields within the gentle violence of established social orders, and sometimes the not so gentle violence in times of political turmoil. The Buddhists invented monasticism, the ancient Greeks and Chinese philosophical schools. The dialogue between such a historico-sociological analysis of the church or of the history of Christianity in general with the theological self-interpretation of the church seems to me to be a pressing task in this world of options. This task is all the more pressing since a number of easily available interpretative patterns of the church have lost their plausibility. The church cannot simply become a membership organization, nor should it be imagined as a quasi-state. Charles Taylor has taken up ideas from Henri de Lubac and Yves Congar and spoken of the church as at least potentially a network of agape. I agree that the ethos of love has to be the guiding idea, and that the idea of a network could be attractive as an antidote to the hierarchical centralization of a quasi-state. But perhaps the most fruitful idea so far is the idea of a synthesis of the main types of social organization from the social history of Christianity. We have to preserve the universalism of the church, but integrate into it the pluralism of the voluntary organizations that energizes the sects. And this renewed church ought to be experienced by the individual believers not as an impediment for individual spiritual development, as it unfortunately often is, but as enabling such an individual development. That at least was the perspective of Ernst Troeltsch, with whose characterization, Protestant theologian, with whose characterization of Catholicism, in my rather clumsy translation, I would like to conclude, Catholicism is not the miracle of rigid consistency as which it has often been considered. From its beginning on, it has been an infinitely complicated system full of contradictions that has again and again in ever new ways attempted to combine fantastic popular religion and philosophical dogma, revolutionary individualism and absolute authority, profane cultural techniques and otherworldly asceticism, lively laymanship and priestly domination, a masterpiece of mediation that created in church authority only the ultimate regulator for the cases in which these mediations lead to frictions and a lack of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Joas. Thank you, Professor Casanova. We are late, we know. So what I suggest we do is we are not going to ask questions. I mean, if people have questions, write them down in a piece of paper, identify yourself, and give them to me, and I pass them on. Now, for the few minutes we have, I invite you to build up on what was just said. I don't think I need to to explain or to rehearse this idea, this fantastic idea of the church as a masterpiece of mediation. We are all mediators, so we all know what really caught our attention. The question of secularism, the question of pluralism, or secularization, pluralization, the challenges of clericalism, of feminism, this all a very important idea of the option. We live in a world of options, the global dimension, and very important, I think, also what we might understand under the idea of a genuine pluralism. So I invite you to raise your hands. We have 4 microphones. I hope they are here. Identify yourself in a word and be very short. So microphones, please.
Yes. My name is Alessandro Ferrara. I teach political philosophy at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata here. 2 wonderful presentations. Thank you to both Jose Casanova and Hans Joas. I have one and the same question to be shared by the 2 of them. And that is the following. I'll phrase it in the vocabulary of the first and then of the second. Jose suggested in a great suggestive way 4 challenges for the church in the 21st century: secularization, pluralism, clericalism, gender. My question is, isn't there a 5th challenge, namely democracy? Let me articulate this. I'll then go to rephrase the question for Hans Joas. When the church was born, democracy was a memory from the past, from Athens, and even the Roman Republic was gone. And it would be 1,000 years before you would have the first experiments with the Italian city-states. For the first 1,000 formative years, the church had no democracy around. Now, after 20th century of its history, we live in a world where democracy has become a horizon, where everything is a choice, including faith, but democracy somehow is perceived worldwide by more than half of humanity as the one legitimate form of government. This is new. It happened since the last 100 years and not for the preceding 19 centuries. Why isn't this a challenge? A 5th challenge for the church, and in the language of Hans Joas, you listed a number of desired features: a church as being missionary, not triumphalist, having a concrete universalism. These are all your words, and somehow you suggested agape as an antidote to a hierarchical structure, which obviously is, in a way, the sedimentation of centuries where democracy was not around except in books. Now, wouldn't one want to add that extra adjective to those lists? Yes, or why not? And just to finish with one line, isn't this a challenge in the sense that the church is the church siding and perceived by humanity as siding, the Catholic Church as siding with democracy, or as being indifferent to democracy? So indifferent whether the world goes in a democratic sense or goes in the opposite sense. What? No.
I think we gather a few more observations, comments, substantial comments. Yes, please, over there.
Eric Borgman from the Netherlands. What struck me in both of your lectures, but especially in the one of Hans Joas, was the importance of history in a certain way. And I would argue that one of the main challenges for the church would be how to deal in a positive way with history as something that is occurring to the church, as not something it makes, but it is happening to her. Well, and that is, I think here it is a very profound, even theological problematic, because then the issue is not so much how much can the church bring to the situation, but how much can she learn from the situation in a, I would argue, ultimately theological manner. Why is it theologically necessary for the church to learn something which is not coming from the church. And I think this is exactly what is at stake in the whole debates on continuity and discontinuity. The whole problem here is, once you simply say that the church can only learn something it already knew in a certain way, you're always stuck, because then history is always something you have to get to. But the point is, and I would argue this is the main thing of the Second Vatican Council, the signs of the times are things that are said to us from history in a very profound way. God is talking to us not only through the church.
Thank you, Professor Borman. Yes, please.
Pavel Houšek, Czech Republic. I have a short question which is in tension with what was just said, friendly tension. I'm just wondering, after hearing these two great lectures, how do you as sociologists relate the normativity, which is a necessary dimension of theology or of doctrine, of dogma, of revelation really, with the descriptivity of whatever can be found by sociological research? In other words, it's kind of related to what was just said, but it's sort of from approaching it from the other end. Isn't there a sort of tension between the normativity of humble, obedient, listening interpretation of God-given revelation and whatever can be discovered by empirical methodologies of social sciences as being the contemporary situation of culture and society? In other words, how do we handle that hermeneutically? I mean, not just referring to ecclesial documents or quoting some theologians, but I mean, theology wants to interpret revelation, which is in a sense given, I think, or continuing, and we are talking about general revelation in history and so on, but that is an option to be made. Is that the option that is being made? That's my question. Or, I mean, I'm sort of advocating the more conservative attitude that would be a sort of reluctant to be too quick in adjusting to whatever can be found by sociological research. Is that clear?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Pavel. Fourth intervention before I pass the word to the two speakers. If there is, yes, please. C'è possibile anche di fare le domande in italiano, se c'è bisogno.
Thank you very much. My question is going in the same line. If everything, it's nice to say everything is an option, but our question is, what is not an option? What is for a Christian not an option? If you are living in a free world, it's simple to live in options. But when you are confronted with persecution and with other difficulties, you have to understand what we are standing for. I understand that this is not a question for a sociologist.
Okay, all right, thank you. So after those four interventions, I guess I pass the word, Jose, would you like to answer, to comment, or to?
I think those are questions for all of us. I don't think that we have the answer to these questions. Obviously, the issue of internal pluralization, the issue of gender, the issue of clericalism, which I brought, are ways in which the church needs to incorporate, to change its hierarchic authoritarian structure. But I do not believe that the church as an institution adapting the method of democracy is a solution I mean, it's not, so if we are going to see democracy in the way in which it is institutionalized, as party systems, as division of powers. Now, if we think of democracy as, let's say, direct democracy, discursive democracy, participatory democracy, as you know, within democratic debates, there are many, many questions. So if the answer is we should democratize the internal structure of the church, I don't think this leads to solutions at a time when most of the political democracies are in very serious crisis institutionally. So yes, democratize, but in the sense of precisely less clerical, less male-directed, less more pluralistic church, less centralized church in this respect, yes. So yes, it has to incorporate the democratic spirit of the age, but not necessarily the democratic institutions per se. I mean, to a certain, you could say that the election of the electoral system of the papacy is one of the first forms of electoral systems from which then political institutions learn. So there is ways of institutional changes that can be adapted. But I think that this is not the key issue of democratizing institutions of the church. I think this, for me, is not the key issue. How to bring clearly pluralism in the church and the possibility of everybody participating, especially women. I mean, this is the real issue, I think, that we have of democracy in the church mainly, is, and the laity. It has to be a less clerical church, the people of God. So, as to the historicity, yes, I mean, this is precisely what I argue about the council, putting it at the very core of the hermeneutics of the self-understanding of the church, the people of God in movement. And they simply understood this historicity as the need to discern the signs of the times. So I think that the model is there, whether then we prefer to think of the church as an institution that has the eternal truth then forever and doesn't then need to discern the signs of the times. So yes, historicity I think is crucial. Tension between normativity and facticity. Again, I'm not going to say, as the sociologist, I stand for facticity. There's a lot of problematic about the self-understanding of the social sciences as sciences. Look, we've been social scientists for a long time. I cannot say that we have developed any scientific theory that has hold in the same way as scientific theories in the natural sciences. It's a way of self-understanding. The social sciences is a way of self-understanding. I'm not interested purely in facticity. The sociology, which is only gives you the facts, is a gathering of information. The actual then elaboration of the interpretation of these facts is going to lead to also competing interpretations within the social scientific community. So I don't think the question is really normativity on the one side, facticity on the other, but to understand a form of hermeneutic of interpretations that takes the facts very seriously, but then offers different ways of interpreting these facts that can be interpreted differently depending upon which perspective one takes. I will leave the other question of options for Hans.
With regard to the question Alessandro Ferrara has posed, I would recommend to make a distinction between, let's say, a Catholic Church that has a positive attitude to the spirit of democracy and a democratized church. These are two different things. For me, the great problem has been that for a very long time, you could say partly until after the Second World War, it was not so clear that the Catholic Church is in favor of democratic political regimes. And it is an interesting question in which sense this even, let's say, permeates more philosophical questions. We had this morning, we had a debate about the understanding of truth in the Catholic tradition, and I'm suspicious, so to speak, that the specific understanding of truth is a kind of authoritarian understanding and a non-democratic understanding of the process of finding out what the truth is. Yeah? But that is very different from imagining that the church itself has to have democratic structures, whatever that exactly would mean. And I would say many institutions of democratic societies have not democratic structures in this sense, of course. Courts don't have, universities do not have or should not have democratic structures, if you know what I'm thinking about. Yeah? Second, I very much think that, as I said in a very brief statement during the talk, that there is an interaction in history between moral developments that are not initiated, for example, by the church, learning processes in which the church may play a creative role or in which the church clearly is on the learning side. I've written a book on the history of human rights. I would say in the history of human rights, the Catholic Church is clearly more on the learning side. And then at a certain point, when the church had developed a positive attitude to the idea of human rights, it started a retrospective self-characterization of always already having anticipated this future development. But one doesn't have to trust that. Now the problem with the signs of the times is that we do not know exactly what the signs of the times are. I like to quote the German Emperor William II, who when the automobile came up, said, "This is a transitory phenomenon. I believe in the horse." Yeah. And I have the impression that many people in the church now think, oh, this emancipation of women is a transitory phenomenon. I believe in patriarchalism or something like that. And who knows whether they are right in the empirical sense, so to speak. Yeah, I think they're wrong. But we don't know, and it is a tricky business to identify the signs of the times. I agree with what Jose said on the third question, and will not anything to that, but I need a minute to say I feel very seriously misunderstood by what you said. First, I did not say everything is an option. This whole reference to William James, had the message to say, you can live with a great variety of other cultures around you and not feel attracted to any of them. I wrote in this Faith as an Option book, you may be aware that there is 1 billion other women than your wife around, but that does not mean that you are constantly attracted by 1 billion of other. So that's why I distinguish a genuine option from just the existence of other possibilities for action that are not relevant for the way you lead your life. And secondly and lastly, I do not even speak of choice in matters of religion, because I think the notion of choice does not do justice, let's say, to the phenomenology of the process in which our religious or secular convictions are formed. So my favorite term is being ergriffen sein in German, being captivated by something, because that has this passive dimension, whereas choice sounds as if you are completely free to choose whatever you want. So that was a misunderstanding, and it's important for me to clarify that.
I'd like to give the word to Archbishop Menaram Parampil to make his comment, please.
I will be very brief. I must thank the speakers for stimulating thought and also evoking very interesting questions that should make us think. I always consider that social sciences is a help not only in organizing social society, but also in deepening my faith. I understand very many things of faith also stimulated by social thought, though occasionally they may be very provocative, may challenge me, but it helps me to reflect. I believe there is need of mutual criticism and mutual evaluation and help. We maybe in some occasions criticize the other science also evaluates us. The other time what was said very strongly was pluralism and diversity. Coming from India, I agree perfectly with this reality. Because situations are different, our historic experiences are different, evolution of thought has been different. A relationship between the church, the religious authority and secular authority have been different. Those who lived under strong religious authority have complexes. They don't realize that other societies that did not live under strong religious authority locally, they don't have those complexes. So sometimes you are suffering from those complexes like post-colonial. I tell my own countrymen, sometimes we are suffering from post-colonial complex. You must get rid of it. Then only you become really free. In the same way, we have a complex about the church exercise authority certain periods of history. So we have developed a complex which also has a negative influence on our philosophical thinking and theological reflection as well. We need also to pay attention to this. Our understanding of the secular itself is different, and as it may be philosophical atheism, hedonism, as you said. In Indian context, when you secular in public life, it just means non-sectarian, just neutral and non-partisan. And we welcome this secular vocabulary. And we would like our government to be secular in our context. Understanding of religion itself is different. We give the emphasis to administrative dimension, conceptual dimension, but religion has depth. India would give importance. Religion has deeper, your deeper self. That is religion. Are you referring to, you want to empty yourself of that depth? You want to get rid of that depth when you say you want to be secular. So this dimension we could give a lot of attention. Religion can be devotion. For many people, it's devotion. Others, intellectually satisfying answers, theology. For others, none of these, but just commitment to humanity, commitment to God. And to another group, it is merely mysticism, absolute mysticism. So religion has a variety of dimension of each one emphasized in different ways, some in exclusive way as to create trouble within the church or among the larger society. And on the contrary, when one is not exclusive of the other, they are integrative. And people have different orientations. Some are devotion-oriented, others intellectually oriented, others are socially oriented, and others mystically oriented. And just give 2, 3 examples. Then you say that is a completed picture. I am denying, which really am I denying? I am denying the religion of devotion. I am denying denying the religion of intellectual, but other dimensions as well, which also need to be given attention. And I would just add one more. A multidisciplinary approach to issues. The women's issue, for example, justice issue. Amartya Sen has written a big book, The Idea of Justice, famous Campbell. He says how wanting to create the perfectly just society of created injustice, because you have a very reductive concept of justice. So when you look at this issue, feminism or environmentalism, use of authority, from multidisciplinary point of view, then you have a little bit of holistic. That's what we often miss, I'm afraid. So from my own particular discipline, if I am specialized in one discipline, I speak like an infallible person. Pope is not infallible, but in my own field, I claim to be infallible. This is also equally ridiculous. But on the contrary, when I begin to respect other disciplines, and with their limitation, we complete each other, I think greater wisdom will come, both in the secular field and also in the religious field. And maybe I'll end with what Cardinal said. This challenge to religion in secularization is a positive force, because there was need of some criticism, and it came maybe negatively. Historical reasons, it came negatively. But if you accept it positively, it will make us understand even religion in a deeper way. Depth is important for religion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Archbishop Thomas. Thanks to Professor Casanova and Professor Joas. Thanks to all of you, and the 4 wonderful questions, challenging questions that were done. We are late 15 minutes only, not more than 15 minutes late. Please make sure to be back. We start again at 5:45, no later than that, please. Thank you.
si mette in modo tale che può essere ripreso. Rilasciato. E rompi i coglioni. E non so, non so. Lo stavi lasciando. Sì, però le cose devono dire, capito? Non può essere. Me lo becco, io dico. Cambiasse il posto.
Ritorniamo ai nostri posti, per favore. We take our seats. And the speakers, all the speakers that are to speak should come.
So we are beginning the third session of this afternoon with introducing a paper of Luis Carrana, who is from the Gregorian Pontifical University. And I would say perhaps just one biblical reference to open this session about not renewing church, but a listening church. And this remark and the quotation would be about the manna in the Exodus when Moses and the Hebrews are in the desert, And when the Hebrews in the morning find the new food sent by God, the manna. But the word manna in Hebrew means what is. And we could say that the literal translation of manna could be question. The Hebrews eat questions. And that's my introduction to Luis Carrana.
Thank you very much. My apologies for offering you a paper that does not come from a sociologist nor a theologian. I'm a mere philosopher who's been struggling with the conceptual framework of natural science. In this paper, I would like to present a brief overview of my work and then explore how we can apply it to determine the kind of role that the Church can adopt towards current scientific mentality. The interaction between Christianity and natural philosophy, or natural science, has a long and checkered history, supported and propagated by the exponential growth of scientific knowledge and technology. The scientific mentality now extends beyond national and cultural boundaries to a degree never seen before. The correct attitude towards it by the Church has therefore become very important, especially within the context of a secularized, developed world. I will divide my presentation in 3 parts. I will first offer a brief historical survey showing some prominent attitudes that Christianity, in its long history, has adopted vis-à-vis the sciences. I will then present some results of my work on the way scientific practice can affect moral character. In a final section, then, I will explore the implications of these results for the Church. In the early centuries of the Christian era, we find 3 distinct attitudes towards natural philosophy. These can be conveniently associated with 3 important figures: Tertullian, Origen, and Augustine. Tertullian's attitude was very negative. In this context, his famous question was, what does Athens have to do with Jerusalem? He intended this question to highlight the distance that we must keep between our inquiry concerning natural phenomena and that concerning Christian life and doctrine. For him, if we have Christ, we need nothing more. He admits that from the point of view of natural philosophers, this attitude may sound irrational, but he was not worried in the least. In fact, he was quite happy to be judged irrational by the standards of the philosophers. For him, the life of faith was precisely the overcoming of the constraints of reason. His position was therefore radical. Diametrically opposed to it was the view of Origen, who was a Christian scholar. As a Christian scholar, was exceptionally open-minded. One of his students left us an interesting note about him. He, Origen, selected, I'm quoting here, Origen selected everything that was useful and true in each philosopher and set it before us, but condemned what was false, for there was nothing forbidden, nothing hidden, nothing inaccessible. These 2 opposing views were to some extent harmonized in the more balanced views of St. Augustine, who, among many other things, pioneered the study of the various literary genres we find in the Bible. He acknowledged the importance of the knowledge of nature and astronomy, but argued that the truths conveyed by the biblical text were of another kind. If we move on to the medieval world, we need to be aware, first of all, of the hidden agenda of some current historians. Protagonists of anti-Christian historiography have tried to propagate the idea that the medieval schools were in league together against the emergence of natural science. For them, the medieval universities were an ecclesiastical system intent on blocking the liberating forces of the new science. Serious scholarship, however, has proved these simplistic views completely wrong. As early as the 12th century, we find medieval scholars accepting the indispensable role of observation and experiment as regards our knowledge of the material world. This is not to say that the Church during this period was never suspicious or negative about natural science. My point is rather that the situation was complex, and that there were indeed some scholars, people like Saint Albert the Great, who achieved a level of harmony between faith, reason, and experiment that remains impressive even for us today. When we move to modern Europe, the situation becomes even more complex. The rise of experimental science and of heliocentric astronomy, cosmology, motivated the search for a new metaphysics. The appearance of various forms of atomism, especially the kind of atomism associated with René Descartes and Thomas Hobbes, started to put pressure on those theologians who had depended heavily on Aristotelian categories for articulating Christian doctrine. This situation highlighted the suspicion between the nascent science and the tradition-oriented theology. We should recall, however, that during the first century of the scientific revolution, some of the most sophisticated pro-scientific or pro-science philosophers were priests, well-versed in theology. The most prominent of them was probably Pierre Gassendi, who made considerable advances in revising atomism. As the decades passed, the cultural relations between science and religion became more intricate and strained. What we call the Enlightenment was a Europe-wide movement driven by a somewhat vague set of principles, an ideology that celebrated universal reason and personal freedom. As this movement emerged and took shape, many of its protagonists realized that science could help their cause. They therefore connected scientific progress with the downfall of religion. For the Church of 18th century France, the Enlightenment was a very traumatic experience. Under the pressure of the efficient organization of the philosophe and under the hammer of the relentless satire of Voltaire, theologians, especially Jesuits, soon became the laughingstock of the elite academic world. This is what the situation looked like at the start of the 20th century. By that time, science had made impressive advances in practically all fields. The attitudes of individual theologians varied. Some were positive, some negative, and others remained indifferent. The official line of the Catholic Church, however, remained very cautious, especially during the modernist crisis. Towards the middle of the 20th century, we find an interesting revival of a positive attitude that acknowledges the compatibility between truths from Revelation and truths discovered by the natural sciences. In his famous encyclical on these issues, Humani Generis, Pope Pius XII remained cautious, but managed to open the door for a theistic version of the theory of evolution. As we move on to the 1960s, the period of the Second Vatican Council, we see official documents of the Catholic Church sometimes highlighting the nobility of the methods of reason and experiment, and also sometimes raising a critical voice, denouncing those tendencies within the scientific mentality that undermine the dignity of the human person. Such warnings insisted that if an exclusively scientific mentality goes unchecked, it could reduce culture to numbers, persons to particles. If we move closer to our times, we find a very interesting new attitude emerging in the 1998 encyclical Fides et Ratio by Pope John Paul II. One particular point, in my opinion, deserves careful analysis. I am referring to paragraph 81, where he writes, "To be consonant with the Word of God, philosophy needs, first of all, to recover its sapiential dimension as a search for the ultimate and overarching meaning of life. This sapiential dimension is all the more necessary today because the immense expansion of humanity's technical capability demands a renewed and sharpened sense of ultimate values." End of quote. Here the focus is on philosophy. John Paul II was seeking to clarify how philosophy in the late 20th century should seek to rediscover the richness of its original vocation. Although there are other sections within the encyclical listing the dangers of scientific mentality, the insistence on the sapiential dimension is relatively new in this context. It opens a new door. My claim is that John Paul II's precious observation regarding philosophy is applicable also to the natural sciences. So let's have a look at the sapiential dimension. Let me first present some results of relatively recent research in the area of the sapiential dimension of philosophy. Many are familiar with the classic definition of philosophy as the love of wisdom. As etymology goes, this is quite accurate. But it says little about the character of philosophy and how this character of philosophy changed in the course of history. The philosopher Pierre Hadot, who died about 5 years ago, spent much of his time carefully retrieving and describing the various roles that philosophers were expected to adopt in each period of cultural history, from the times of ancient Greece to the present. One of his more important discoveries was that the intention of the philosophers of classical antiquity was, in the first instance, to form people in the sense of educating them well, educating them to live well. These philosophers were not concerned with conveying information, but with helping their students undergo conversion. Philosophical texts were conceived primarily as spiritual exercises, tested and confirmed by the author himself, and then offered to disciples to help them grow spiritually. A Socratic dialogue, for instance, was really a spiritual exercise practiced in common, inciting readers to attend to themselves, to take care of themselves, and to know themselves. The dialogue, in fact, involved an interlocutor who prevented the discussion from stalling on what is only theoretical. Pierre Hadot showed how ancient philosophers did not know only how to speak and how to debate, they also knew how to live. People expected them to have the art of living. This was the case even when philosophers talked about physics. This discipline was not primarily a set of theories and descriptions of reality, but a spiritual exercise to enable neophytes to live in harmony with the cosmos. Philosophy was not a collection of information, but the overall organizing achievement of the individual. We can, in fact, distinguish between the various ancient philosophical schools by referring to their specific ways of encouraging the learner to grow in wisdom. Socratism, Platonism, Aristotelianism, Epicureanism, Stoicism, and Skepticism, all these were models of life, fundamental ways in which reason may be applied to human existence. Hadot calls them archetypes of the quest for wisdom. For instance, Socratism concentrates on the dialogue as an exercise that makes the interlocutor put himself or herself into question, so as to make the soul as beautiful and as wise as possible. For Plato, as Hadot shows, philosophy is a kind of training for death, and so on for the other schools. Now, my major point is this. we cannot assume that this list of ancient wisdom schools is closed. There is no reason to hold that today we are limited to merely rediscovering or reenacting one or other of these archetypes. It is probable that the rise of the scientific mentality in modern times was so radical that it gave birth to a new wisdom school. How can we explore this point? As we know, modern science is geared primarily towards the acquisition of knowledge. Therefore, we need first to distinguish carefully between knowledge and wisdom. In general, knowledge has often been described in terms of belief. For instance, in the well-known formula, knowledge is true, justified belief. Because of this, we often assume that we acquire knowledge piecemeal in the form of distinct beliefs or propositions, approved one by one. In modern science, we usually express such propositions seen as units of knowledge in terms of laws describing regularities. When we emphasize objectivity, when we emphasize validity for all observers, such a view of knowledge highlights what is known rather than the knower. In fact, we relegate what is personal to the level of secondary importance, or to the level of no importance at all. Wisdom is different. Wisdom is not an attribute of a proposition, but of a person. While knowledge is cumulative, often the result of a group effort, wisdom is a personal attainment of the individual, somewhat like friendship. There is no stack of wisdom. There is no library of wisdom corresponding to our libraries of knowledge. Each person needs to attain wisdom as an individual achievement. The good example of others can help, but at the end of the day, each person is alone in the achievement of wisdom. While knowledge is acquired piecemeal, wisdom is a unifying feature of the person. It takes the various elements of one's knowledge and the various experiences of one's life and brings them all together. It unites cognition with practical concerns. It is clear, therefore, that knowledge and wisdom are different. So we are now in a position to ask, how does natural science fare as a wisdom school? To answer this question, it is useful to recall some basic facts about habits. Habits are acquired features of the person. As Aristotle had rightly observed, repeated acts leave a trace on the person. Repeated acts of courage render the person courageous. Repeated acts of justice render the person just. So we can rephrase our question as follows. What would repeated acts of natural science leave as an effect on the person? By acts of natural science, I mean instances of the style of inquiry characteristic of modern times, a style that highlights observation, experimentation, hypothesis testing, and collaborative research. Do such acts have an effect on the deeper dispositions of the individual? Do they have an effect on the art of living? Can we speak of novelty with respect to the wisdom schools of ancient times? The scientific mentality, like other mentalities, can certainly have deleterious effects on the person. Nevertheless, my claim is that within the style of scientific inquiry, we can discern a positive and relatively new core of wisdom-generating trends. There is a specific virtue that human beings have access to today, to which they did not have access before the emergence of natural science. I call this virtue heuristic courage. Heuristic courage. A kind of boldness in the face of the unknown, a nerve when facing the future. It corresponds to the disposition whereby a person conserves what is best of what has already been achieved and yet accepts the possibility of some radical revisions. Such a virtuous person does not wilt in the face of pure novelty, but remains open to adjust and readjust his or her categorical framework in an act of intellectual ongoing conversion. This notion of heuristic courage is much richer than what I can explain here. Suffice it today to say that the need for heuristic courage, as historians of ideas have shown, has become increasingly urgent in the course of history in proportion to the growing range of inquiry. It has become increasingly urgent in line with the increasing separation between, on the one hand, the everyday manifest image of the world, what Husserl called the Lebenswelt, and on the other hand, the sophisticated mathematical and scientific image of the world. As our discoveries advance further and further towards the extremely large and towards the extremely small, and as we let science take us further and further away from our everyday conceptual scheme, the more heuristically courageous we need to be. I hope it is clear by now that the Church needs to start taking into consideration these newly identified features of scientific practice. Just as in its missionary outreach regarding non-European cultures, the Church did not engage only in denouncing the evil she found in them, but also in identifying and nurturing the good she found therein, so also as regards the scientific mentality. The Church needs to do less denunciation of the problematic aspects and more as regards the identification and nurturing of the positive dispositions that derive from this practice and can benefit the person as a person. As I explained, the most prominent of these positive dispositions is probably heuristic courage. It would be good, therefore, if the Church, in its institutional role, were to identify clearly this virtue and sustain it by showing how it is in line with gospel values. What I am suggesting here is not a radical change in the Church's attitude, but a shift of emphasis, a shift towards presenting reason and experimentation as gifts bestowed by God on humanity, gifts that enable humans to realize the full potential of the material world. Nature is a storehouse of potentiality, and modern human beings are now endowed not only with reason, but also with the virtue of heuristic courage and with a heightened sensitivity towards observation, theory, and experiment. Human beings can thus help in the process of what the medieval scholars called the eductio formam e materiae, the extraction or realization of form from matter. We today, because of the scientific mentality, are more motivated than ever before to uncover how matter can relinquish one form to adopt another, how nature can disclose its combinatorial possibilities, how it can reveal its secrets. Many things lay hidden for millennia within matter as mere possibilities, but are now made manifest through the assiduous work of the natural sciences. Without human beings, these potentialities would have remained forever unrealized. Of course, things human have their negative side, and science is no exception. The scientific mentality can make people arrogant, can make people power-hungry, blind to personal needs, or closed to transcendence. There is no end to possible vices. My aim in this paper, however, was to highlight the positive features. We sometimes hear it said that icons are doors to the sacred. There are many doors to the sacred, and you choose the icon you need. Analogically, you can think of various doors to wisdom, and we choose the door that is closest and most convenient. In today's global context, the door that is closest to us is precisely the one we find within the scientific mentality. The Church, I believe, should lead the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father Caruana. You've introduced very well this aspect of listening to the human person in a discernment between knowledge and wisdom. At the risk of returning to the scientific activity, as you said, of reducing culture to numbers in order to introduce our next speaker. A statistic I read recently, there are currently 2 billion users of smartphones. By 2017, there will be 5 billion users of smartphones. The new technologies, the way they transform the human person, the way they give us new insights into the human person, are the subject of our next speaker. We're back to a sociologist, and this is Father Leon, forgive the pronunciation, I can't cope with this. Leon, it's not on Google, you can't learn to pronounce Polish on Google, but Leon Dzieszewski?
Yes, exactly. But Polish language is very easy. Each children can speak. For my lecture, I used the motto, if you're not on the media, you don't exist. We have now new technologies and new media. In this situation, new communication technologies are means of evangelization, a space of evangelization, a digital continent, a modern agora, a digital environment in which people communicate with one another, expanding their possibilities for knowledge and relationship. In the media space, numerous of different people meet each other with their questions and expectations. This is why we must enter this world of the media, this new digital and at the same time living space, with the good news, and must introduce Jesus Christ into it. And in the spirit of his gospel, we must answer people's questions about love, about the truth, and about the meaning of life. In this space, we must share our faith in God by the choices we make and by our readiness to have a dialogue on faith. In this situation, every Christian is an evangelist. The entire people of God proclaim the gospel. Pope Francis emphasized in this first apostolic exhortation, Evangelii Gaudium. This postulate today is more possible to be realized than ever before, because new technologies move the pulpit that had its place in the church or in the lecture hall to the media space, where everybody may proclaim the word of God. It may be preached not only by professionals, as Pope Francis says, but by every Christian who has encountered the love of God in Jesus Christ, who feels he is a missionary disciple. Benedict XVI adds that evangelizing in the media space is a special task and duty for young Catholics, both clerical and lay, for they already have grouped up with the new technologies and are at home in the digital world, understand it and appreciate the possibilities that digital communication offers. The aim of evangelization. Jesus Christ and the care for the person are in the center of the new evangelization, so that every man could encounter him. So the media Christians teach to read and understand the gospel. They show the way to God, teach the art of life with Jesus Christ, the art of life in the community of those who believe in God, the art of life with people who do not believe in Jesus Christ. Here are particular topics and problems to which one should pay attention conducting evangelization in the media space. The first topic, or first problem, discovering God and sharing the experience of God. Crisis of God is a great problem of our times, and a man does need God. Without him, man cannot be understood, and the meaning of life or a justification for constant and basic moral norms cannot be found. This is why in the media space God must be talking about, but the talk must be less doctrinal and more existential. That is, it must point who God is for a particular man and what role he plays in the everyday life. Experiencing God must be shared. A bond between God and man must be shown. It is God who is the strongest defender of man's existence, of his dignity and freedom. It is God who supports his development in the individual and social dimensions. The task of evangelization is to show the beauty and parental newness of the encounter with Christ. Evangelizers should free modern people from ignorance and prejudice in matters of religion. The second, conversation and forgiveness. Conversation and forgiveness are two immensely significant factors in building a community with God and the neighbors. They are the basis for a creative and harmonious life in the community. The communal quality of faith. The communal quality of the faith is manifested, assumes a peculiar beauty and peculiar strength, first of all, of common participation in the Sunday Eucharisty, in saying a prayer together in family or in prayer community. The media help us to feel closer to one another, to see the unity of the human family, the community of believers, and it is this way they inspire our solidarity and involvement in the building a better world. The family. In the new evangelization, such families should be shown which live according to the requirements of Catholic Church, and this should be done much more distinctly and frequently than phenomena that are incompatible with them. Silence. Today, we are flooded with information, pictures, sounds, and emotions. We are bombarded with answers to questions we have never asked, or which needs we do not feel. This exceeds our possibilities to reflect and judge, and it does not allow us to express ourselves in a balanced and proper way. In the media noise, it is easy to lose oneself. In evangelization, balance should be kept between silence and word. Digital evangelizers should acquire the skill of joining silence and word. Silence is not easy, but it is necessary if we want to begin our journey inside us in order to meet God who lives inside us. The attitude of resignation and renouncing. Realization of Christian values requires constant readiness to renounce something, readiness for sacrifice and limitations. The idea of limiting one's ownership, one's consumption, the attitude of asceticism should be significantly present in evangelization through the media. Tolerance for otherness and accepting a person. A Christian closely connects tolerance for anybody's otherness with respect for the person, and accepts the person, albeit not his otherness. The benefit of such an attitude is that we learn to look at the world these different ways and come to appreciate the richness of human experience as manifested in different cultures and traditions. The Christian's dialogue with science and culture. A special role in evangelization through the media is played by formative and research institutions, Catholic schools and universities. Online education that they conduct has a possibility to promote the personalistic vision of man and of social life, as well as of the principles of Christian ethics. Immediate relations are the most important. Direct human relations always remain fundamental for the transmission of the faith. This is important because a modern man who spends a lot of time surfing in the internet starts feeling isolated, starts breaking real social bonds, which leads to upsetting the proper development of his personality. Clear Catholic identity. Evangelization requires clear, coherent, relatively constant Catholic identity. Only with such identity, someone is authentic in the social networks, and at the same time, he shares with the others his faith, hope, and joy anchored in God and Christ's Church. Sharing one's faith does not consist in bombarding others with religious news, but in giving oneself to others by respectfully engaging their questions and doubts in the research for the truth and the meaning of human existence on the basis of the gospel. Encounter and dialogue. The new cyberspace allows meeting and learning other people's values and traditions. Such encounters, if they are to be fruitful, requires honest and appropriate forms of expression together with an attentive and respectful listening. The dialogue must be rooted in a genuine and mutual searching for truth if it is to realize its potential to promote growth in understanding and tolerance. Taking care of the poor without passing over the rich. The care for the poor in the new evangelization does not mean that the Church is not interested in the rich. They are also a subject of her care. The Church encourages them to provide more goods and services and to improve their quality, but to do it always with maintaining the principles of justice and dignity of the employers, without exploiting them and with taking into consideration the common good. The features of evangelization communication. Evangelization requires a lot of respect for people and a lot of sensitivity to people's needs. It should make on thing, touch his heart, form his consciences. In evangelizing through the media, dialogue is a good form. It was used by Jesus Christ himself, for example, in his conversation with the Samaritan woman at Jacob's well, or with the disciples going to Emmaus. Evangelization must be based on the bond with people and with God, which often requires sacrifice and renouncing various things. A conversation about God must allows go hand in hand with a conversation with God. Dangerous connected with conducted evangelization. In conducting evangelization, the willingness to achieve a success is the greatest danger, and success is not the name of God. Without counting on great successes, evangelization should be conducted with simplicity and humility. Strategies that would treat the gospel, the truth of the faith and moral principles as good to be introduced into the media market to be profitable, sold to customers should be avoided. Hence, one should avoid sensationalism, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of things or events or celebrities, owing to which the number of recipients of a given media communication is increased. A new language of evangelization. The language is a soul's tool. It is a channel through which all passes that is in the soul. Evangelization through the media needs a language of the gospel. And this is a language of image, of parables, of deeply moving symbols, pertinent sayings, paradoxes, and proverbs, a language of dialogue and polemics, a language that involves everyday and solemn, a language of prose and of poetry. The effect of new evangelization. Thanks to the digital media, multimedia presentations appear with religious contents. Various groups with religious character are established. Communities are formed in the cyberspace that are based on the people's favorite music or some interesting religious subjects. Prayer meetings, marches, protests in defense of human rights or the principles of Catholic ethics are organized. New testimonies to the faith in the form of literary works, music, dance, theater, or various kinds of visual art are created. Within evangelization through the media, a new culture is being formed with religious contents and form. If today's Christians do not create a new culture, it would mean that they do not understand their faith and they do not experience it deeply. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Father Leon. Some of the characteristics of the media world today were mentioned by yourself in the context of evangelization. The Pontifical Council for Culture's last plenary assembly was on women's cultures, and it made all the headlines for all the wrong reasons. Previously, we'd had a conversation on new media And we chosen three big themes there: interactivity, immediacy, and brevity. A fourth one that emerged during the process was that of the visual cultures. Father, you managed to do all of those in your presentation, so thank you. We will now move on to more of a news-centered approach to the media, and not desiring to be bombarded with religious news, but hearing how Pope Francis gives himself to others. We'll have a testimony from a political editor of the German newspaper, Daniel Deckers. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Being a political editor, I feel a little bit lost among such a huge audience of scholars, and at the same time feel a little bit alienated towards that kind of scientific discussion. So I won't join this level of discussion, but rather I'd like to share some insights in that what it means being Pope Francis today from my humble point of view. A person in the media, the Pope really is a person in the media almost every day. I remember January 22nd in the International New York Times section World News, there was an article which was titled, "Pope amuses and insults with a remark on parenting." I quote, "Since he became Pope nearly 2 years ago, the world has become accustomed to Pope Francis' folksy manner. Indeed, with his homespun anecdotes and his off-the-cuff quips, the Pope at times comes off more like a plain-spoken uncle than the leader of the world's 1.2 billion Roman Catholics. But with his latest choice of words, he said this week that Catholics should not feel compelled to breed like rabbits. The Pope appears to have set a new standard for the papal vernacular, amusing to some and insulting to others. This is certainly true. There is a certain ambiguity in the Pope remarks, and not for the first time. Since the very beginning of his papacy 2 years ago, he tries to make things work through words and signs. And these words and signs, some are clear-cut, some elusive, and some potentially misleading. And there is and he has not a copyright on that. Remember some of the provocative remarks in Pope Benedict XVI, for instance, on the relation between Islam and violence, or on the desire of the American Indian for the unknown God. And remember the public reaction worldwide to Benedict's remarks that were mainly hostile to Francis than mainly sympathetic. Why? This is something very interesting to explore within dynamics of the media and the public perception of the Pope. But this is not something which I will stick to. I think Pope Francis, he makes words work in order to shape the church of the 21st century. And the overall feature of this church is a sort of, she's eccentric. A church which does not consider itself as an institution which disposes of or regulates the means of grace, but as a living organism of God's kenosis, becoming flesh among mankind by serving the needy to lead a life of grace and dignity. And this is a sort of Copernican turnaround from the notion of the people of God circling around the institution to an institution centered around the people of God. By doing that, by making words work, Pope Francis does not seem to act shyly or cowardly. He has a clear-cut mandate. He is conscious to exercise a kind of duty which was conveyed to him by the cardinals during the deliberations before entering the conclave, and I think in this thing he's perfectly right. But what he's doing does not explain only how he's doing, and that's what I want to explore. What are the key experiences of his life was shaped by, and what are his key words? And what are basically the spiritual sources he is drawing on? Who is listening to? Whom was and he is in dialogue with? So what I want to outline is a sort of archaeology of becoming Pope Francis before being it. and the prospects of the renewal of the Catholic Church. This attitude may be, at first glance, a little bit out of tune with this session dedicated to a listening church, implication of science, technology, imagination, and subsidiarity. And indeed, Pope Francis generally is neither referring to theological traditions or theological concepts, be it medieval disputes on the power of the Pope or the power of the Council, nor, as far as I know, going into details of modern juridical debates, for instance, about applying the principle of subsidiarity within the Church or the canon law. Maybe this is not his world. This is not the sphere he wants to belong to. But what are the sources he is drinking of? Remembering a famous book of Gustavo Gutierrez, drinking of your own sources, bere in su pozo proprio. Last year I had the opportunity to dedicate a lot of time and energy in compiling a lot of texts from Jorge Mario Bergoglio, being a Jesuit, being a bishop, in order to write a sort of biography which deals mainly with his 76 years. He didn't have in mind to become Pope Francis, but being just a humble Jesuit and a humble bishop in Argentina. And in this line, you can see he didn't publish any theological books, but he wrote small articles which mainly were published in el Boletín de Espiritualidad. So the source he is drawing on is the spirituality. And not by casualty. He does not recognize himself as an academic theologian drawing on theological, scientific concepts. On the contrary, Bergoglio frequently asks not to make use of ideologies and theological concepts derived from a Northern European centrist point of view. What did he prefer? He prefers three different dimensions. The first one is history, the second one is spirituality, and the basic one is the Holy Scripture. Not more and not less. I want to present these three dimensions to you by presenting three core texts which were delivered by him at different occasions. The first one in 74, the second in 2001, and the third one in 2013. The first one was delivered in 1975 when Jorge Mario Bergoglio recently had been applied as provincial of the Argentine province of the Jesuits, the audience being the so-called congregation of the province, Fathers Canone. He was at that time part of this province. The second text, Jorge Mario Bergoglio recently had been named cardinal. The text was delivered in October 2001 in front of the first Synod of Bishops in the 21st century. And the third one delivered by Pope Francis at the occasion of the World's Youth Day in Brazil in July 2013. The text which he delivered in 75, it was a text which is, the context was a very, very complicated one. In the early 17th, Argentina was experiencing another springtide of violence inspired by a clash of rightists and leftist ideologies. Society, church, religious communities were deeply divided, the Jesuits themselves too. And Bergoglio, recently being named provincial by Father Arupe, being the youngest one within the whole order. And he delivers in front of his Jesuits an exhortation in order to outline some basic spiritual guidance. On that occasion, in 75, Bergoglio hails a certain allergy against theories from the north used to interpret the history of Argentina. His point of reference is the history of the pueblo, the people of Argentina, but not the pueblo in the political interpretation, but el pueblo fiel, the flock of believers. And he is arguing in a certain, he tried to transform theological tradition. He say, if you go to the Denzinger, to the doctrine, you can read, el pueblo fiel, the flock of believers, is infalibile in credendo. And Bergoglio takes this metaphor and saying, he has his own theory of what's going on in the church. If you want to know what the Mother Church believes, stick to the magisterium. But if you want to know how the church believes, stick to the Pueblo Fiel. And within this framework, he for the first time frames the famous principles which in Evangelii Gaudium have become part of the magisterium worldwide. La unidad es superior al conflicto, el todo es superior a la parte, el tiempo es superior al espacio. The unity is superior to the conflict, the common good is superior to the partial goods, and the time is superior to the space. This was back in 75, 74. There are some interpreters, some biographers who say, well, what has happened to Bergoglio? Jeffrey Kleiber, the famous Jesuit historian, in 2007 he published a book that Bergoglio had a bad reputation within his order because he was a man of pre-Vatican values and pre-Vatican style, which to me seems absolute, bullshit. But you can see that he is employing the same mindset, the same words, the same concepts to analyze reality. Between 75 and 2014, nothing has changed, referring to that. But what are these principles and these metaphors? What should they lead to? What he wants his brethren to do, he asks them to perform a certain ability or achieve a certain ability of spiritual guidance as a fruit of listening and sharing the everyday experience of the ordinary people. So he's employing a sort of shoeshine perspective instead of a pulpit perspective. And this leads in the consequence to a new topography of religious activities. And the effect for all the people involved, self-assurance by a listening and dialogical approach towards the different aspects of identity shaped by the concrete history. 2001, Bergoglio for the first time participates in an ordinary General Assembly of the Bishop Synod as a cardinal, like the Germans, Cardinal Kasper and Cardinal Lehmann. He delivers a speech which seemingly at that time passed totally unnoticed, and as far as I could speak to some of the participants, and even unnoticed until today. I don't know why, but not referring to the contents. The topic he is dealing with is the question of the profile, the spiritual profile of the bishop in the 21st century. And he is employing three basic concepts. The bishop has to supervisar, this is oversee. He has to vigilar, to watch over, and to velar, to keep watch. What does it mean? One of the strongest images of this attitude is of the Exodus, of keeping watch, in which is said that Yahweh will keep watch over his people during Easter night, therefore called the Eve. What I, Bergoglio, would like to underline is the particular profoundness of that act of keeping watch has in respect to overseeing a more general way or a more punctual watch. To oversee refers more to the care of the doctrine and the customs, while to keep watch alludes rather to the caring that is the sun and the light of our hearts. To watch over speaks of being on the lookout for the advance of imminent danger, while keeping watch speaks of holding up with the patience the processes through which the Lord carries ahead the salvation of the people. To watch over is sufficient to be awake, astute, quick. To keep watch, one needs to be more meek, more patient, more constant in giving charity. To keep watch, one speaks of hope, the hope of the merciful Father who keeps watch over the process in the hearts of his children. To keep watch manifests and consolidates the parousia of the bishop who displays the hope without altering the cross of Christ. So employing these three terms, vigilar, supervisar, and the third one is to velar. This is one of the finest theology of the bishop, what I've ever read. This is, to my mind, superior to all the documents even of the Second Vatican Council, because he's just looking at the need of the people of God in need of a shepherd, conscious of the vulnerability of the flock, leading it by care and charisma instead of power and principle. And this vision in 2001 really was a challenge to the policy, for instance, of the selection of bishops by the Pope John Paul II and even more Benedict XVI. Maybe for that reason this speech has been unnoticed. But this is a clue to understand how he is guiding the people of God. And he's thinking in dynamic terms of processes, to trial and error instead of static categories of eternal truth and norms. And this leads not only to the concept of graduality in relating doctrine and practice, and by employing verbs instead of nouns. Cardinal Bergoglio issues a message which is activating and motivating up to a certain personal longing. Is there anybody among us who does not want to be like Yahweh or Joseph, caring for the beloved people of God or Mary or her son? To my mind, not only the sources he's drawing on contain a tsunami of fresh water, the way how he's doing it is even more striking. One must feel being a subject within God's history of salvation instead of being an object within an organization which provides certain religious services. So the effect is enhancement, empowerment. Last one. I have not been very familiar to Argentine Spanish. I spent a long time in Colombia. And I listened to Jorge Mario Bergoglio, being a Jesuit, leading a parish, talking to young people, addressing them, hagamos lío. Hagamos lío. I have some friends from Colombia, what does it mean, hagamos lío? Don't know. You can translate into English, let's mess around. Hagamos lío. Lío is something negative, generally. But what is he saying? Hagamos lío. Hagamos lío. Let's mess around, young people. Imagine Bergoglio meeting some 30,000 Argentinians in Rio de Janeiro, in a cathedral. It's rainy, but everybody's cheering around. Pope is coming. What's he saying? Taking the pulpit, addressing the 30,000 Argentinas. I'll give you the English translation. Let me tell you what I hope will be the outcome of the World Youth Day. I hope there will be noise. There will be noise, I'm quite sure. Here in Rio, there will be plenty of noise. I have no doubt about that. But I want to make yourselves heard in your dioceses. I want to go out. I want the church to go out to the street. I want us to resist everything worldly, everything static, everything comfortable, everything to do with clericalism, everything that might make us closed in ourselves. Pope Francis didn't say, I hope there will be noise. He said, there will be lío. Hagamos lío. This is his message to the youth of the world. But what this message means, a church that resists everything worldly, static, comfortable. The institutions are made for going out. He enhances the young people, tries to motivate them to stand up against anything, any philosophy and any practice which excludes the elderly and the young. And then the core dialogue ends like this. We dilute fruit drinks, orange, apple, or banana juice, but please do not drink a diluted form of faith. Faith is whole and entire, but not something that you water down. It's faith in Jesus. It's faith in the Son of God made man who loved me and who died for me. So then, make yourselves heard. Hagamos lío. Take care of the two ends of the population, the elderly and the young, do not allow yourselves to be excluded, and do not allow the elderly to be excluded. Secondly, do not water down your faith in Jesus Christ. The Beatitudes. What must we do, Father? Look, read the Beatitudes. That will do you good. If you want to know what you actually have to do, read Matthew chapter 25, which is the standard by which we will be judged. With these two things, you have the action plan, the Beatitudes and Matthew 25. You do not need to read anything else. I ask you this with all my heart. End of quote. What is this? Is he asking people to listen to scientific, anything else? No. Listen to the source of your faith. The only thing you have to read is the Beatitudes and Matthew 25. But what is this? What does it mean? Is a sort of ethics of compassion, of conversion to the needy? I'd argue in a more sociological way. He's employing a sort of basic concept. Autonomy not by self-enhancement, self-perfection, but by referring or by opening the eyes to look at the significant other. Who are the significant other for us as Christians? The needy, the hungry, the crying. That is the concept of Pope Francis transferred in the language of sociology, the significant other. And I'd like to listen to a discussion between Charles Taylor, the author of Sources of the Self, Making of Modern Identity, and Pope Francis, being the author of such marvelous pieces of reflection. I'm sure both of them would listen intensely to each other and share many ideas. The first being the idea that a church does not listen to a significant other represented by the people of God in need is not worth being named the Church of Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deckers, for your comments. I particularly enjoyed your comments on the magisterium, stating what the church is and the people showing how we live it. And to hear a layman sitting here saying that kind of thing in the Gregorian University perhaps didn't happen in Father McLean's time. We have about 5 or 6 minutes for some very quick questions. Qualche domanda? Qualche osservazione? It's a dialogical church. You're supposed to dialogue.
You're fed up.
Your name, please.
Yes, my name is Martin Sadem. I come from Czech Republic. I don't want to be meticulous, but the title of the section reads, A Listening Church, Implications of Science and Technology, Imagination, Subsidiarity. I didn't hear anything about imagination, subsidiarity, a little bit on science technology, so I would like to ask you if you could say something more on subsidiarity or imagination. I find that a very attractive idea. Thank you.
Does anybody want to pick up on that? No. I'll just point to the end of the program. I know Father Michael Paul Gallagher is moderating the last section, and he speaks a lot about imagination.
Just maybe I may apologize because some 3 years ago I tried to treat the subject of subsidiarity, and I was really eager to see in what sense maybe Pope Francis will apply that principle, or just in order to reform the Church. But up to now, maybe I didn't read his text at all. But up to now, I think he didn't utter the word once. I think it's not the level he is displaying his ideas on. But certainly there are some concepts which are managed within the Curia, within his the CA and the C9, in order how to organize the church more to the idea of subsidiarity. But basically, up to in 85, there was a bishop synod which was declared subsidiarity within the church will not work because that concept does not fit to theology. It was the jurists, the canon lawyers, who implemented in the reform of the canon law in '67 that idea. But during the processes of elaborating the new code of canon law, this concept was eliminated as well. But this is only a short abstract of a lecture.
I'm afraid Michael Paul Gallagher can't be with us for the conference for health reasons. So I might as well add something about imagination myself, although it certainly will be very modest. We don't have much time. Imagination, one way of understanding it is, of course, in terms of cognitive dispositions. That means that a kind of worldview supplies us with spontaneous ways of imagining ourselves, our situation, or others. Famously, we can name worldviews. For instance, the mechanistic worldview will dispose us to think of human beings as very complex machines. So our imagination, as it were, is categorized in those terms. As you know, for instance, in the Western world, the rise of technology, digital technology and computers has made it so spontaneous for many people to think of ourselves as machines, and that we actually have units where thinking takes place, like the brain, which is a complex machine. So the imagination is certainly an important feature of this whole discussion, and it deserves further study. There's no doubt about it. One contribution of my paper would perhaps be to be attentive to the way that the scientific mentality, which is fast becoming global, whatever religion, whatever tradition we are in, has its own way of adjusting our imagination, and we may not be aware of the cognitive dispositions that are guiding our way of talking, our way of understanding ourselves.
Thank you. My name is Jim Corkery, and I teach here at the Gregorian University. I'd like to thank Mr. Deckers for his talk. I found it great. And I think, in a way, you taught us a lot about imagination, because you showed us how Pope Francis reimagined the episcopal office. It made me think a lot about how imagination works. I think it works by relocation, by placing yourself beside unusual people, unusual experiences, different possibilities. I think that one of the interesting things as we reflect more deeply on the papacy of the present Pope is that it doesn't involve a lot of new doctrine or new concepts or new whatever, but it involves quite profound reimagining.
A very short comment on the issue of imagination. Well, I mean, maybe there's also a positive side of, well, what you call this, the new scientific virtue. You talked about heuristic courage, but of course there's also a stretching and expansion of imagination in science, of course. Just think about our understanding of time, of matter. So, well, I think that theology as well may be thankful of this, just expanding our imagination of what's happening all around us. Maybe there's something to learn from that.
I think this was one of my points. I mean, I wanted to highlight the positive aspect of the scientific mentality. It is, of course, quite common to find a critique of the scientific mentality, because it is true also the scientific mentality tends to push other mentalities, other cultures, just out of the picture. It is monopolizing, it is exclusive. Most of our young men in the Western world, men and women, are practically dominated by this mentality, and the spontaneous answers they give to questions will be, in fact, in terms of the scientific mentality. Now, I'm not mentioning this as if I know exactly what the scientific mentality is, but it is there, and it is worth studying carefully to see where do these answers come from, where does the style of answering come from.
Phil Rossi, Marquette University. I'd like to make a further comment with regard to imagination, Pope Francis, media, and science. In that it seems to me that one of the important recoveries, reimagination that is called for, and I think this is something that Charles has emphasized in his work over the years, is reimagining ourselves in terms of depth. That somehow or other, it seems to me that what you've described about Pope Francis, it's not just simply a reimagination. It's a reimagination that our depth is a function of our capacity to go out to the other. So that, in a sense, what you have been describing about Pope Francis is, I think in terms of one of the themes of the conference, it's a kenotic reimagining of ourselves and of the church. And it seems to me that talking about science as wisdom and recovering that dimension, again, opens the possibility of thinking about even the scientific picture of the world, not as one that requires us to think of ourselves as machines, but in fact, one of the ways I would put it, it strikes me that wisdom is also connected with wonder. So some of that, that desire to know is somehow or other a reflective of an anthropological dimension that we have to be reminded about again and again and again. And science is one of the ways that enables us to do so. It also seems to me that one of the challenges of some of the new kinds of media is precisely its capacity for not immersing us in depth, but immersing us in superficiality. And so it seems to me that there's the imagination, though not explicitly mentioned, is actually perhaps a key concept with respect to drawing a thread that connects a number of important things that each of the presentations has dealt with. And I'd like to thank all three of you for your presentations.
William Desmond of Louvain. Two very interesting concepts, the notion of heuristic courage and the idea of keeping watch. And I'm wondering if there is a connection between them. Heuristic courage is, the notion of a heuristic is temporarily oriented towards the future, but courage is something that you can't simply call up by will. You have to be receptive to a source of courage that in a certain sense comes to you from beyond yourself. But the notion of keeping watch it's hard to avoid the sense of being in the dark when you're keeping watch. So that sense of facing into a future that has a certain darkness to it, and yet in the proleptic anticipation, something of courage or encouragement coming to the fore, which keeps alive the courage of the one who watches or who keeps watch. So I'm just kind of, I mean, the two concepts just struck me as having a kind of family resemblance to each other, and perhaps even heuristic courage in the light of keeping watch would have to become something like eschatological courage, whatever that might be.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, there is so much more to say. You may imagine that the expression heuristic courage I derived from, I mean, I added on the element of heuristics onto the classical understanding of courage as famously expressed by Aristotle and so many others. So it's a kind of balance of two excesses. Now, what I wanted to express also is not directly related to being cautious, because you can't be overcautious and sit back, as it were. There is an element which I wanted to highlight, that today's society and mentality is in fact fractured, as many philosophers have argued in the postmodernist trends. It's fractured, so you may have the individual, for instance, believer, Catholic, let's say, who has in the lab a way of thinking which is then completely isolated from what happens in church. And this separation is what I wanted to argue against. So there are elements, perhaps, within, let's call it, laboratory thinking, which do fit in quite well with values that are in line with gospel values. And my suggestion was, for instance, let's think of this bridge, heuristic courage. In fact, heuristic courage has an element of receiving something new, which we didn't know before. Now, notice the kind of nuances there which need to be explored. Revelation was somewhat similar. They thought the Messiah should be so-and-so. In fact, he wasn't. They had to receive something new. And in a sense, I dare to say that in natural science, there is something similar that we need to sit back and receive. I mean, in experimentation, the famous expression of Karl Popper, we kick the world, but the world sometimes kicks back. So this kind of ongoing openness to what is new is what I wanted also to imply by that expression. It is an open-ended project, of course.
May I just respond to what was just said? I very much agree with what was shared, but at the same time, though, are we open in such a way that we may actually expect another Messiah to come? Or is there any limit or counterbalance to this openness in a sense of revelation being somehow final? I mean, the revelation related to Christ. And this goes back to the question, how do we take seriously whatever can be discovered by means of natural science or humanities, social sciences? How do we relate that with being faithful to what have been entrusted to Church as God's people? I mean, I think there is a dialectic, there is a danger of historicism and Hegelian naturalistic fallacy, and the liberal Protestantism in Germany is a good case of the church being so attentive to what was going on in contemporary culture that it lost its saltiness, really, because of being so much humble and attentive to what was going on in the church. So I hate to bring that back, but I think this is something we just have to face, at least in order to be able to understand the more conservative attitudes or reservations towards some of the more progressive attitudes we are talking about.
Thank you very much for bringing up precisely my reason for using the word courage, which has two extremes, you see, in a sense of either being overcautious and not doing anything, or being rash and going into, as you very well explain, into accepting everything and lose the theological concept of the deposit of faith. So there is a balance there.
Maybe I just come back to that really frightening intervention of Bergoglio. I think he does not figure out how to relate the two dimensions, but he's referring to some basic virtues and basic attitudes. He refers keep watch with patience, charity, and nurturing hope. So people without charity, without hope, without patience, that will not work. At the end, he says, together with the image of Yahweh, who keeps watch over the great exodus of the people of the alliance, there is another image, more familiar but equally strong, that of Saint Joseph. It is he who keeps watch until he falls asleep, this is the darkness, dreaming of a baby Jesus and mother. From this, the deep keeping watch of Joseph gives birth to a silent look that signifies he is able to care for his little flock with poor means, and thus sprouts the vigilant and astute look which succeeded in avoiding all the dangers which threatened the baby Jesus. This is the Pope from 2001.
Thank you very much to everybody for your contributions today. Just a final announcement from the organizer.
Thanks very much to the presenters and to the moderators for this wonderful panel. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for the great presence and the great participation. We continue tomorrow. We begin at 9 o'clock, so please make a good note of that. Those of you who were in the seminar this morning, or were invited to that seminar in the morning, or got some kind of other invitation in between, are kindly asked to meet at the front door at 7:45, 7:45, just in front of the university, of the main door, and so you go together to some place. To all of you, well, sorry we cannot invite everyone, sorry, but as following the example of Pope Francis, I wish you buona cena. A domani, buonanotte.